Sports Network.
It's an absolutely beautiful day here in Boston. Would you say it's a perfect day? Well, you be the judge. It is time for baseball as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. Today, it's the New York Yankees against the Boston Red Sox in the second game of a four-game set from Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball, along with John Flaherty and Al Leiter. I'm Michael Kay. Well, tough losses are tough, and last night's was about the toughest of the year. Yankees had a lead going into the bottom of the ninth inning, couldn't hold it. John, this one you have to really try to get over in a hurry.
Now, this is a tough one if you're in that Yankee clubhouse after the game because Gary Sanchez hit a two-run shot that got the Yankees the lead in the middle of the game, and you start feeling really good about things when you get Dellin Betances in the game. He had a clean eighth inning, 3 strikeouts, one of those strikeouts right there. But Chapman struggled, a couple of infield hits. Torreyes, the ground ball to second base, he boots it, and things get out of hand for the New York Yankees as Chapman walks Benintendi, a walk-off win for the Red Sox, and a devastating loss for the Yankees.
Well, how do they bounce back? Let's take a look at the pitching matchup brought to you by People's United Bank N.A. It's Luis Severino against Chris Sale. This is an outstanding pitching matchup, Al, so tell the people about it.
Michael, it should be. I mean, you look at these two guys right here, Severino coming off his first All-Star down in Miami, and I'll tell you what, when I look at this outing here, this was earlier in the year, domination of the Red Sox, 7 innings, you see the 3 hits, 6 strikeouts. He was good in his last start before the All-Star break. Complete ace for the Yankees this year. You have to say it. I know that Tanaka's out there. Chris Sale, what do you say about it? Starting the American League in the All-Star game, fastball in the mid-90s, got that sidewinder slider. In his 18 starts, he's pitched 7 or plus innings, 14 times. This guy has got a Cy Young year going for him right now.
It should be a great game, the second game of the 4-game set. When we come back, lineups, first pitch, baseball, Yankees, Red Sox next, right here on Yes. Tea, who encourages you to grab a mug and tea proudly by NYU Langone Orthopedics and by Buick. Visit tristatebuick.com for great lease offers. It's just a beautiful day here in Boston and a full house expected at Fenway Park for the second game of this 4-game set. Vietnam vets were honored before the game, and they're making their way out through the portal in right center field. Over 800 Vietnam vets here, over 500 family members as well. So we give our thank you to the ladies and gentlemen that served in the Vietnam War. Also, there was a flyover moments ago here at Fenway Park. So as they depart the field area of Fenway Park, let me turn to John and Al. We mentioned this just moments ago, how tough a loss that was. They always say momentum only goes as far as your starting pitcher on the next day. John, does that sting a little bit more than even just this game? Because that's the team that's in front of you beginning the second half of the season, and your closer could not hold the lead in the ninth inning.
Well, we spoke about it last night. You can't lose that game. You're in a position to take the first game of a 4-game series with your closer out on the mound, and kind of the way it fell apart, a couple infield hits, an error, walk. It's devastating when you walk in that clubhouse because you know you should have taken the first game. And by the way, let's go to sleep at the hotel looking forward to Chris Sale coming out this afternoon.
I mean, you're exactly right. And I think really ultimately when you do lose that, and we hear it all the time, but the truth is that you can't let it carry over. And yes, you're exactly right, John. You're facing Chris Sale, who looks like he's the early favorite for American League Cy Young. He's been absolutely dominant, not only amongst all the other teams he's faced, but also directly against you. You're hoping Severino has a good start. Let's face it, Mike, you make a good point. Team managers, there's Joe Girardi. You never have a team meeting. You want to always know who your starter is. If there's some things that have to be discussed. But very disheartening, I think, last night with Jordan Montgomery. Kind of struggling early, but was able to get through it. I thought Chad Green was excellent. Betances ended up throwing a clean inning, striking out the side. It's unfortunate when you got a guy like Chapman coming off an all-star break. It was a big loss, but you can't look behind. You have to look at today.
Why don't we check the weather? And it's beautiful in a word. The game time weather presented by City MD. Feeling under the weather? Just walk into City MD Urgent Care. 74 degrees. The wind is 8 miles per hour. Humidity is 72%. Mostly sunny and a bit humid here in Boston. Now, the Yankees are in a stretch where they're 7-19 in 26 games. And their fortunes have certainly turned. Now they've dropped into third place. They're behind Boston and Tampa Bay. And the biggest problem throughout all this and throughout the season as well is 18 blown saves, the most in Major League Baseball. Last year, they had the third fewest in Major League Baseball. They had 16. John, lineups, errors, whatever the case may be, if the back end of the bullpen is not solved, they're not going anywhere.
Well, you're 100% right, and we just talked about it. When you have a lead at the end of a game and your bullpen doesn't hold it, it is deflating. It hurts more than if you go out there and, say, lose 10-1 or something like that and you don't put any runs up on the board. So Dellin Betances, you're hoping, got it figured out a little bit last night with his 3 strikeouts. Chapman, the next guy in line.
All right, so the Red Sox have taken the field. Let's take a look at the Yankees starting lineup that will face Chris Sale, and it's presented by Lexus. The only left-hander in the lineup against Sale is Brett Gardner. He'll play center field. Gary Sanchez will catch. Aaron Judge in right. Matt Holliday the DH. Coming off the DL, Starlin Castro at second base will bat 5th. Batting 6th, the third baseman Chase Headley. Clint Frazier's in left field. He'll bat 7th. Batting 8th, playing first base, the rookie Garrett Cooper. And Ronald Torreyes, the shortstop, made 2 errors, very unlike him last night at second. Ronald Torreyes will be at shortstop and bat 9th.
And they'll be facing Mr. Sale. The year I mentioned, just as it's been domination. Started the All-Star game for the American League. You look at his numbers, the 178 strikeouts, his leading ball of baseball, the 200 batting average against. This guy's completely legit, folks. Let's take a look at the pitcher scout report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. I mentioned Cy Young year, MLB lead, 178 strikeouts and 12.55 strikeouts per 9. Leads the American League in batting average against, second in ERA in baseball and in Kershaw. Never shakes and works fast. I mean, I'll tell you what, the pace and play talk category this year, Sandy Leone, the catcher today, watch how fast he works. He gets on the mound and throws it. You see the ERA, the 1.31 career ERA against the Yankees, awfully tough in 8 game starts. That's a total of 11 games. He's been tough in the 61 innings, only 40 hits in his career against the Yankees and 71 Ks in that 61 innings.
And in the All-Star game in Miami, became only the first pitcher in baseball history to start back-to-back All-Star games, but for different teams. Last year for the White Sox, this year for the Red Sox. Let's take a look at the Red Sox defense behind Chris Sale. You've got Benintendi in left, Bradley in center, and Betts over in right. In the infield, it's Lynn, Bogarts, Pedroia, and Moreland. That's third to first. Al told you about Leone behind the plate, and on the mound is Chris Sale, 11-4, 2.75 ERA. Yankees saw him end of April. He had a unbelievable showdown with Masahiro Tanaka. That was the best game that Tanaka has pitched. Tanaka prevailed in that game. Sale pitched very, very well, and Tanaka had a complete game and threw under 100 pitches. So the Yankees try to bounce back from the loss last night, and they have a doubleheader tomorrow. So Sale against Severino right here at Fenway Park. Crowd still filing in, as we mentioned. A few puffy clouds overhead. Just a gorgeous day for baseball. Gardner's ready. Sale is ready. And let's do it here in Boston. First pitch is upstairs, and we are underway. The crew chief is Gary Cederstrom. He's behind the plate. Gabe Morales at first. Adrian Johnson at second. Eric Cooper is over at third. There's a strike. Now, if Yankee fans or fans against the Red Sox want to hang their hat on anything with Sale, historically, he has not pitched as well in the second half as he has in the first. In his career, a 2.74 ERA in the first half of the season. And opponents hit 208 against him in the first half. In the second half, his ERA goes to 3.31, and the batting average against goes to 241. So he's not getting hit hard, but it's different.
Yeah, I mean, it's still more than respectable, but you make a good point, Michael. I mean, he's a slender guy. He's tall. You see his delivery is unorthodox. 98. Ooh.
If you're one of the Yankee hitters in the dugout, you're hoping maybe Sale doesn't have a great game, but the fastball at 98 right away will definitely get your attention.
And Gardner works a walk. Sale did not like that call. So Gary Sanchez will come up. Had a big home run last night. We'll take a look at the Jeep hitter scouting report on the Yankee catcher.
Yeah, Michael, he had a solid night last night. 2 for 4, a home run and 3 RBIs. And with those 3 RBIs, he is the team leader in the RBI category with 28 since June 7th for the Yankees. And he must like this green monster because 9 games here at Fenway Park, 389 batting average, 4 home runs, and 9 RBIs for Sanchez.
Well, the Red Sox play him pretty much straight up. Most teams play him dead pull, especially in the infield. Pitch is a strike on the inside corner.
Well, I don't know if the scouting report is going to be the same as it was last night when we saw Pomeranz lefty just pounding the inside corner on Gary Sanchez and Aaron Judge. A little different fastball than last night. Drew Pomeranz was right at that 91 mark, but eventually Gary Sanchez was able to catch up and hit that big home run in the 5th inning to put 3 on the board for the Yankees.
Sale gets you so sped up as a hitter because of the velocity and arms and legs and slinging it up there. Leaves you wide open for that slider at your back foot if you're a right-handed hitter. I'm glad you brought up the pace of pitching for Sale too, because you know the Yankees, you kind of have to dictate the pace, right? Slow down, step out of the box.
Got him off speed. Sanchez swings and misses, 1 away.
There's that slider, John.
And you see 96, 97 inside. You're sped up for the fastball, and then the slider disappears at your back foot. That's a tough combination for Sale, and you throw that low arm angle on top of it.
And the boos you're here are for Aaron Judge. And obviously boos on the road. Compliment. Reggie said they don't boo bums. Skied the other way and out of play. So teammates on Tuesday on the American League All-Star team and now going up against each other. Sale against Judge. Judge had a 7-game hitting streak snapped last night, hitting .326, 30 homers, and 66 runs batted in.
Like Al said, the Red Sox really pounded him in last night. We'll see if they continue that this afternoon.
0-2.
I mean, that's that slider right there from Chris Sale's made a lot of Major League hitters look foolish up to this point this year. 172 batting average against on that pitch right there that Aaron Judge is swinging through.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Judge down on strikes.
Well, the Red Sox last night pounded him inside with fastballs and tried to elevate. And they're a fastball up. I mean, this is just a tough combination, not just for Aaron Judge, for any Major League hitter. The nasty slider early in the count, the high elevated fastball later in the count.
Here's Matt Holliday. Came back after missing 14 games last night. Had a viral infection. And had a rough night last night. Oh for 4. 3 strikeouts. Hit into a double play. There's a strike. So Gardner led off with a walk. He remains anchored there at first as Sanchez and Judge have struck out. And the pitch. Strike 2.
Matt Holliday turning around to Gary Cederstrom, asking him where that pitch is. If Gary's going to call this pitch a strike, And it's probably a strike, but you're getting it right on the inside corner. It's going to be a tough afternoon for the Yankees.
Especially the angle that Chris Sale's coming from, almost from the first baseman.
Stays alive with the foul ball. Ground ball to second. Pedroia over to Moreland, and that will do it. No runs, no hits, no errors. One man left on base. Yankees nothing, and the Red Sox coming to bat. Top of the first, and now Luis Severino against this Red Sox starting lineup. Right fielder Mookie Betts leads off. Batting second and playing second, Dustin Pedroia. Xander Bogaerts will play short. Mitch Moreland first. Hanley Ramirez will DH. Andrew Benintendi in left field bat sixth. Batting seventh and playing center field, Jackie Bradley Jr. Sandy Leon will catch at bat eighth. And Zhu Wei Lin will be the third baseman, and he will bat ninth.
Yeah, that lineup will be facing Luis Severino, the 23-year-old, will be making his 18th start. Coming off his first All-Star, you see the very respectable 3.54 ERA, 92 hits to the 106 and 2/3 innings. And here's a scouting report by Tri-Honda Dealers. All-Star, I said, loves the heater slider, and he's had a little rough patch of late, other than his last start coming into the All-Star break.
Mookie Betts takes low 1-0. Bottom of the first underway. (1-1). 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Red Sox are 51 and 39. Yankees 45 and 42. There's a strike on the inside corner, and the count 1-2 on Betts. Severino did not pitch in the All-Star game, but he was selected, so certainly an honor for the youngster, who had such a rough year last year, but has bounced back nicely, putting up big numbers. Swing and a miss. Betts down on strikes. 100 miles an hour in our gun. Why don't we take a look at the Yankees defense presented by Geico? You've got Frazier in left, Gardner in center, and Judge in right. In the infield is Headley, Torreyes, Castro, and Cooper. Third to first. Sanchez behind the plate, and on the mound is Severino.
Well, I said he loves his heater and his slider. It's awesome domination. We just saw his 36th time, guys, that he threw 100 mile an hour or plus, and it's the most of all major league starters. He ranks #1 of all qualified starters, so he's got that kind of arm.
Inside to Pedroia, 1-1.
Feeling pretty good about the fastball early on too, right? 6 pitches, all heaters.
There's a slider strike. Count 1-2.
If I'm Luis Severino and I show up in this clubhouse today, and I know Chris Sale is pitching for the Boston Red Sox, you got to get a little pumped up, don't you?
You know who you're facing, no question. And I always enjoyed that, truthfully. You know, you face a Maddox or Glavine, or, you know, when Roger was doing his thing, or Randy. But there's also that understanding that you have to elevate your concentration and execution, because one mistake
might be the game.
It's not just a run or two. It could be a loss.
Yep.
You're right. And that was fun to face the top guys.
Grounded to third, backhanded by Headley. The long throw gets Pedroia. Al, I'm glad you said that, because it's one of the great Nuke LaLoosh answers that pitchers give. Well, I'm not facing the other pitcher, I'm facing that offense. Well, you are facing the other pitcher, because if he's a lights out pitcher, you can't give up a run or two.
Right. So the reason why you say that as an active player is that you don't want to give the obvious elevated gulp, extra stress, boy, I better have my A game because of that. So the reality is, the truth is that you are facing the Red Sox hitters today, right? Severino. You're not actually facing it, but you're 100% aware in the back of your mind who the other guy is that you're facing that's going to be on the bump that day.
I know when you're behind the plate calling a game, you are 100% aware of it. You're going to your best stuff early on in a game to make sure you don't get behind.
It's kind of along the line with how often you'll see a player in a lineup that's a lesser named guy. Let's just go with the 7, 8, 9 in the lineup that'll get a big hit and make, have the moment to where there are lapses where a starting pitcher may get a little lax after he goes 3, 4 through the 3, 4, 5 in a lineup.
Popped up right side. Castro makes the play, and a nice 1-2-3 inning for Luis Severino and the Yankees. So far, 0-0 as we go to the second. The pitchers living up to the early hype. For today's conversation, brought to you by Toyota. Prius Prime is the official hybrid vehicle of the New York Yankees. With the trade deadline approaching, what do you think are the Yankees' biggest needs? One of the answers, starting pitching. They have offense, but can't win games without keeping other teams off the board. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag Yankees Prius Prime. Keep the conversation going. Starlin Castro comes off the DL and takes a ball from Sale as we start the second. Our good buddy from the Bergen Record, Pete Caldera, just tweeted out that Chris Sale, after the scoreless first inning, now owns a 1.29 career ERA against the Yankees. Driven the other way, long run for Betts. He can't get there, and it's going to go to the wall. And Castro lopes into second with a double.
Well, welcome back, Starlin Castro. Hammering this ball the other way, but whenever you come off a hamstring injury, you're going to pay attention to how he gets out of the box, how he's running. And Starlin Castro was taking it easy right there. An easy double for him. Wasn't trying to do too much. And now you start looking at this Yankee lineup and watch Starlin run around first base. Just taking it easy. Hamstring injury, not trying to push it first game back.
Suffered that injury June 26th at Chicago. Headley shows bunt, takes a strike. Anyway, the final thing about the Sale ERA, 1.29 against the Yankees. That matches Eddie Watt for the lowest such mark, minimum of 50 innings pitched, since 1912. So the Yankees have their work cut out for them against Sale. But he's beatable. Obviously, they beat him on April 27th.
Joe Girardi going with a little small ball. Headley squaring around to bunt first pitch.
I wonder, though, John, the way Castro ran or didn't run, is it a wise choice to even try to bunt him to third? I don't think it would be a gimme.
Headley has good numbers, too, against Sale. 353 coming in, a couple of home runs. He squared around the bunt first pitch, swinging away second. But, Al, you feel like every opportunity against this guy, you have to cash in a leadoff double here in the second.
Swing and a miss. Headley down on strikes.
Yeah, early on, you got to play it like every run is extremely precious, especially early on. Maybe help your pitcher out. You see this after getting 0-2, forget it. As good as Headley has been in his career against Sale, that tilt and speed differential from his fastball, awfully tough to hit.
Well, here is Clint Frazier. He'll get his first look from the batter's box during a game at the Green Monster. Grounded right side. Pedroia fields, and Castro moves to third. And that'll bring up Garrett Cooper. Cooper's major league debut last night, and he had a rough go of it. He was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
Well, the old proverbial everything speeding up. Garrett Cooper last night was swinging at a lot of pitches out of the zone. Oh, he got one there. it's that kind of, you get to a lineup in a lineup here with Garrett Cooper just getting called up. Boy, he just missed that.
The problem is you put your head down and say, I'm probably not going to get another mistake, right? Every major league at bat, you think you might get one pitch that you really can do something with. See what Sale does 0-2.
Swing and a miss. Overpowering Cooper. 4 strikeouts for Sale. Over 2 innings. Castro is stranded. We go to the bottom of the second. 0-0. Rocket arms. And that's what we have on the mound today. Chris Sale with 182 strikeouts leads the American League. Severino has 125, tied for 3rd in the American League with Yu Darvish of the Rangers. Chris Archer is number 2. Here's Mitch Moreland. And Severino deals up and away 1-0 as we start at the bottom of the second. Well, Sale certainly looks on his game early with 4 strikeouts. Yankees shift from Moreland, 3 infielders on the right side. And hit into the teeth of the shift. From short right field, Castro makes the throw. 1 away.
Severino has looked sharp early on as well and has thrown a few changeups. A 1-0 changeup right there, an easy ground ball to second base. It'd be such an effective pitch for him, getting some easy outs and some fastball counts.
I love it. I think I don't care how hard he throws. There's going to be games in which that you don't have a feel, especially with your primary, secondary pitch. For Severino, it's his slider. It just makes it a more enjoyable afternoon when you trust a 3rd pitch. And it's a good one too, Johnny. 11% of the time he throws it, it's a 200 batting average against. Very good.
Here's Hanley Ramirez. And there's a strike.
So I guess the key is picking your times to throw it, right? I mean, a 1-0 count to Mitch Moreland in the 2nd inning, perfect.
Yep.
But 6th inning, 7th inning game on the line, you probably stay away from it.
If you don't trust it.
Yeah.
Ground it and past to diving Headley and into left field. A base hit for Ramirez.
Got another slider here. You just see pushing it past Headley. Headley making a good effort there. Last night, Ramirez, big home run in the 3rd inning.
Here's Andrew Benintendi. He walked with the bases loaded against Chapman in the bottom of the 9th inning to force in the winning run in last night's game. Then he did something very odd. I wonder if you guys noticed. He walked, and before he took first base, he leaned over and took off his guard on his foot. The game was over. All he had to do was get to first base.
Creatures of habit.
Yep.
You noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
One. Here's that exciting bases loaded walk.
Yeah, but I
I mean, really.
uh-oh, still stuck on.
Two one. Base hit, right side. Ramirez will stop at second. Judge comes up throwing into Torres. So back-to-back singles, first and second, 1 man out.
Well, Benintendi was the overwhelming favorite for Rookie of the Year coming into the season. Obviously, Aaron Judge has had a monster year, but the slider early on, Al, I would say is not a good pitch for Severino. I mean, these are just short little spinners in the middle of the plate. One to Ramirez and now another one to Benintendi.
I think mostly, again, we could go back to location. The backup there is that he threw a changeup at 88 and then comes back with a slider. So not only are you trying to get the break and movement, but also the speed variation, which is very similar to his changeup.
Bradley takes a pitch inside. Little known fact, Michael Jordan's grandfather and Jackie Bradley Jr.'s great-great-grandmother were brother and sister.
It's a lot for me to process here. Can you go through that again?
Wait, did you go great or just great?
Great. All about the genes. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
You were bringing it today in the second inning.
And he's happy.
So rare. The happy part. If you look around at this ballpark and in this city and the weather, how could you not be happy having this job of being at this ballpark, watching this game, or playing in this game? Or
I thought you were going to say sitting with the two of us. Was that going to come into this conversation at any point?
Of course, that's all part of it, John. It's part of the tableau.
Yeah, but you didn't say it.
Exactly. Thank you, Al.
Does it really need to be said? The 1-2. 2-2.
Watch Luis Severino step off the back of the mound and kind of gather himself and take a little time. I like it. We talk about all the time pitchers working faster, but for a young guy, he's kind of learned to slow the game down a little bit this year, and the numbers back it up.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him.
That's just Powder River stuff. He started the at-bat off with a changeup, and it looks like pattern-wise he did the same thing with Benintendi. Benintendi ended up getting a single through the hole with the slider, but then he came with the power. Look at this pitch right here. It is middle center cut. Big swing by Jackie Bradley Jr. That's the overwhelming fastball and stuff that Severino possesses.
Here's Sandy Leon, 8th batter for the Red Sox, their catcher. Fouled away. First and second for the Red Sox. Now 2 outs, bottom of the second inning. Second game of this 4-game set.
Really is a beautiful day. That's a pretty cool shot, right field there, showing the stands. And
so, John, I have Al in agreement. How about you?
You know what? I'm sitting here thinking it's a gorgeous day, but if I'm hitting in this game today, I want the cloud cover to start settling in, because look at what you're going to have to deal with. You're going to have to deal with some shadows at some point against two guys who are on the top of their game, good velocity. So I will appreciate how beautiful it is today.
All right. A little hesitation on the windup. Ground ball is short. Torreyes over to first, and Severino works out of trouble. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. We'll go to the third. We're all happy. 0-0.
Ronald Torreyes got the start at second base last night, and he made 2 errors, pretty uncharacteristic of Torreyes, who's usually pretty sound defensively. Torreyes told me after the game that Bogarts ball that he booted in the 9th is just one of those plays where when the game is on the line, you have to make the play, and you have a better outcome if you do. He also was clearly shouldering some of the blame of the loss, saying it's a routine ground ball that I am used to making. It's now my job to come here early today and make sure it never happens by continuing to work hard. Now, he got the start at shortstop today, and if you're wondering why no Didi Gregorius, Joe Girardi simply said with Chris Sale on the mound, he was trying to get as many right-handed bats in there as possible, so Brett Gardner, the lone lefty in the lineup, as Torreyes grounds out to lead off.
And Joe also added that in all likelihood, Gregorius will play both ends of the doubleheader tomorrow. So 1 away, and that's going to bring up Gardner, who walked in the first inning. You know, when you come to Fenway Park, it's like time stands still. It opened up in 1912, and although they've modernized it in many ways and made it more enjoyable and fan-friendly, there are things that they just don't change here. And, John, there's something that you've noticed that just has not changed, which I find startling.
I just looked down to the on-deck circle for the Boston Red Sox, and there's I guess we're going to call him a bat boy. Right? See him down there to the left. And I think his name is Chris. Now, that young man, has to be a man.
Right.
Was the bat boy in 1992, my rookie year for the Red Sox. And he's still getting it done.
That's 25 years ago.
So, Batman.
Batman. He's Batman. Wow.
Man who loves his job right there. Been a mainstay at Fenway Park for a long time.
Was he a good bat boy?
He was a bat boy back then.
Yeah.
He was fantastic. And I actually think when we came here earlier in the season, he had a full beard. So the bat boy doesn't apply. He's tightened it up since.
Two. Grounded to first. Moreland flips to Sale, and they just get Gardner sliding head first. 2 outs.
Well, you just hate to see it, John. You just never know with these head first slides. Mike Trout coming back from that same kind of slide, having thumb surgery because of it. I'm not sure. Do you actually get there quicker? Has anybody ever figured that one out in the sports science? I had an argument, guys, with Roberto Alomar. Certainly I couldn't run, but Robbie used to do it all the time. And he swore it was quicker. And I would say, why don't they do it in the Olympics? They're trying to shave thousandths of a point off.
And also, wouldn't friction slow you down? I think the only reason to dive into first base is to avoid a swipe tag.
Yeah.
But Gardner does it a lot. Ground ball inside third and down the left field line into the corner. Benintendi will try to dig it out, and Gary Sanchez has a 2-out double against Sale.
Well, you think back to that first at bat for Gary Sanchez where he struck out. It was the sweeping slider to his back foot, and he went up this at bat looking for a breaking ball, and he got it out in front a little bit, but able to keep it fair. And I talked early on about his numbers at Fenway Park. Loves hitting here, just out of the reach of Lynn at third base. So the Yankees have had some opportunities. A leadoff double in the second, couldn't cash in. Now a 2-out double here in the third.
Here's Aaron Judge. Yankees have their second runner in scoring position. 0-1. Yankees 2 for 8 with runners in scoring position, including last night.
It's amazing the speed differential, as good as Chris Sale is, but the break of the slider, but 17-mile-an-hour difference from 97 to 80 mile an hour. Slider at 87, 80 to 97.
One and two.
Supposed to be inside, and it ends up middle, but it's elevated again. A common theme in last night's game and early on in this one. The elevated fastball by the Boston Red Sox pitching staff, especially to Aaron Judge.
Checked the swing, ball down and in, and Morales said he went around. So Judge strikes out, and that'll do it here in the third. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left. Did he go? Pretty darn close, but Gabe Morales, the first base umpire, said he did. It looked like he did go around. So we go to the bottom of the third inning here at Fenway Park, and there's no score.
Really carved up not only the Yankee hitters here today, but the entire season. Basically, it's been that slider down and in, as you see to the righties, and then this elevated fastball. He's got 5 strikeouts. There's a reason why he leads in many categories in the American League. That slider, high fastball. So far, the Yankee hitters have had a tough time figuring this out. And there to that last strikeout with the slider down to Aaron Judge. Awfully tough to hit.
And those pictures are brought to you by New York Presbyterian, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. Amazing things are happening here. All right, we go to the bottom of the third inning. 0-0. Yankees and the Red Sox. Severino against Sale. Well, here's Lynn, and the Red Sox showed some confidence in Lynn. Used to wear number 71, and after they designated Pablo Sandoval for assignment, they gave Lynn number 5. That's a pretty good number. So he's part of a platoon at third base with Marrero.
Is that Nomar's number?
Mm-hmm. Lynn was added to the 40-man roster on June 24th. And he skies one to left field. Frazier's there to make the play. One away. Now, we mentioned this on the pregame. It bears repeating. Castro moved off the DL onto the 25-man. So Tyler Wade was sent down, which makes sense. You don't want a kid like that to just ride the bench. You'd rather him get the at-bats down at Scranton Wilkes-Barre. And it's going to be interesting to see if Girardi continues to juggle both Gardner and Ellsbury. Because if Frazier's going to be up here, you want Frazier to play all the time.
He's got to play. Has to play.
So that means you're sitting down a veteran in each game if Frazier plays a lot. And with Sale on the mound, it's an easy decision. But yesterday, a lot of people commented, well, why wasn't Frazier in the lineup against the lefty Pomeranz? And Joe always has stats to back things up. He said, well, Pomeranz is tougher against righties than he is against lefties. Now, Joe was asked about Aaron Hicks today, and he said that when the Yankees get back from this road trip, and it ends next Sunday in Seattle, then Hicks will just begin to do baseball activities. So He's still a while away. Now, obviously, if Hicks comes up, there's no need to keep Frazier. That would make sense. But maybe Frazier goes off on a tear and he makes you keep him. And it's funny how baseball works. The more you worry about, well, how are they going to fit this piece into the puzzle, somebody gets hurt. Because when Ellsbury was coming back from the concussion, everybody, well, how's he going to play with Hicks playing like this? And then Hicks suffered the injury. Sometimes the problems work themselves out. The 3-2. Foul back.
Well, I think the real reality is that a guy like Clint Frazier, you have to get him consistent bats, and you're the only one up here, John, to really attest to a young player to not get the consistent at bats. How does it hurt a kid like a Clint Frazier.
You know, and obviously it hurts his development, but the last thing you want is for a young kid sitting on the bench thinking, how am I supposed to hit if I'm not getting at bats every day?
Fastball buzzed inside as Betts works a walk. Now, I know that money doesn't come into play, and it shouldn't. When you play the best lineup to help you win. Well, boy, that's a lot of money to put on the bench when you're not playing Jacoby Ellsbury. He makes a lot of money. But you see what the Red Sox did with Sandoval. You know, we want to put the best team out there that we feel gives us the best chance to win, and he doesn't. So we'll see if they flip-flop Gardner and Ellsbury, or if one of those two plays most of the time. Pitch is low.
A lot of changeups from Severino early, and I talked about the slider hasn't been that wipeout, strikeout slider early on. Maybe going to the changeup a little bit more, waiting to get a feel for that slider, hoping it shows up in the middle of the game. Another changeup.
Back to back. It's the first time that he threw a changeup to a right-handed hitter.
Dangerous pitch right here with Betts on first base. His 16 steals. Pedroia heading to count 2-0. Gary Sanchez had a reaction. He liked that pitch. Thought it was a strike. Looked pretty good to me as Bogart's waiting on deck.
Wow, I actually thought he called it a strike.
There's a strike. 3-1. 1 on, 1 out. We're in the bottom of the third inning. Yankees and the Red Sox. Pitch is outside to Pedroia, so 2 straight walks by Severino. And now he'll face the number 3 hitter in the lineup, Bogarts.
He's just missing enough. I thought, again, that pitch was just off the corner. It was a good visit here. After a couple walks, Gary Sanchez, just Starlin Castro calming the youngster down. I mean, when you have the stuff of Severino dominating strikeout stuff, and then you're always 1 pitch away when you get 1 out.
You know, Al, when I watched Severino today, though, the strikeouts haven't been there with only a few, but the fastball has been dominant, right? I mean, it's been beating guys, some pop-ups, some easy outs. Maybe going to the off-speed, the changeup a little too much until a lineup shows you that they're going to lean on your fastball.
I'm with you, but I could be wrong, John, and it does seem like he's thrown a lot, but up until the 2 back-to-back changeups to Pedroia, he threw 3, but it was to Benintendi and Bradley. So it does look like he's kind of throwing more of them.
There's that
Close the slider.
Short slider today. Doesn't have that big sweeping slider.
Well, that's just perfect as far as location.
And a strike. Fastball, 0-2.
I mean, really, slider, black, corner, and then 2-seam. Look like a little 2-seam action here, knee high. I mean, this is 98 to 89.
Betts off second, Pedroia off first. And the 0-2. Chopped slowly to third, going to be a tough play. Barehanded by Headley, he's going to hold on, and everybody is safe. Base hit for Bogarts.
Boy, how frustrating is this right here? You make a pitch, your 0-2 count, Bogarts just dribbles it. Headley, I thought he may have had a shot. Bogarts a little too fast. Very frustrating if you're Luis Severino and the Yankees right there, getting in a little trouble. You get the ground ball. Nice heads-up play there by looking back to Reyes, trying to do a quick tag on Betts.
Well, you love third base coach Brian Butterfield pointing right away to Betts. Get back to the bag. Don't take a big turn coming around third. It's a nice job of coaching.
Bases loaded. One out. Here's Mitch Moreland, the cleanup hitter for the Red Sox. One and 0. Betts at third, Pedroia at second, and Bogarts is at first. So good speed on the bases. He goes off speed, and he drops in a slot. I guess a changeup.
Yeah, was same exact sequence he pitched to Moreland as first at bat. He ground out. Here's a changeup grip. Nice shot of that after 1-0 first pitch fastball. One and two. Right here, you're ahead in the count. Obviously, it looks like a heap of trouble, but you command these next two pitches, or pitcher pitches. The guy who's been struggling of late, Mitch Moreland. Your strikeout slash ground ball pitch here.
Well, if he had his good slider, it'd be an easy decision, right? But he doesn't quite have that nasty slider today.
1-2. Crushed into center field. Gardner will make the play. Tagging is Betts. He'll score. It's a sac fly from Moreland. Red Sox are on the board. They lead 1-0.
Well, you mentioned it, Al. Moreland has been struggling lately, especially driving in runs. And you figure if Severino had that wipeout slider, that would have been the pitch that he would have went with. But he tried to sneak a fastball by him away. You see Sanchez reach back to the middle. And at the end of all of this, can be sacrifice fly and an RBI. But the Yankees, that could have been a whole lot worse right there. Mislocation, hit it hard, and you'll take that sac fly and move on, try to get out of this inning.
And here's a dangerous Hanley Ramirez. Always plays well against the Yankees. He has 6 home runs in his last 12 games against the Yanks, and 5 in his last 7. And he singled in the second inning.
Another mislocation right there. The fastball. Talking about Ramirez having hit the Yankees well. Has not hit Severino well in 11 at bats. But here you look at that mislocation big time. Just underneath it a little bit. Fouling it straight back.
First and second, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Well, there it is right there, John. Better location. You think often you see a guy hit the ball straight back. What do? They come back with an off-speed pitch. Good call right there by Gary Sanchez. An executed pitch. Watch this. This is where he wanted that first one. That's inside, tying him up. Now you got the outside. 2 fastballs in. You've got 2 pitches here. And you mentioned it, John, that
there goes Sanchez. Takes a ton of trips out to the mound, but You know what? If I'm Gary Sanchez, I don't know if I trust calling a slider, right? Because it hasn't been great today. 2 good fastballs inside. How about we take a page out of the Red Sox pitching staff and elevate a fastball?
I like it. Or get in the left-handed batter's box, because he has been missing. It's been tight, more middle. Get way out there. Get Severino good visual.
Fouled straight back here.
So even there for me, and I know, 0-2 count. You've got 2 pitches. As a pitcher, you are in a supreme count. You've got 0-2, 1-2, and it's got to be wipe out off the plate. Make a hitter hit or swing at a pitch that's a ball. Get off the plate there. If you're going to go slider, get in the left-handed batter's box. We're close to it.
Oh-2. Bounced it and blocked by Sanchez.
I like the fact that Gary Sanchez calling sliders back to back. You have a pitcher who doesn't have one of his best pitches. You got to find some counts and some times to call it. Little late with blocking the ball there. He gets away with it, keeping it in front. But at some point during this game, Severino's slider has to show up. And if you're Gary Sanchez, you have to pick your spots and keep calling it. Eventually, he'll get a feel for it.
Severino also flirting with a bad pitch count at 57 here with 2 outs in the 3rd.
Wow.
2-2.
I mean, that is the up and in after slider away. And you mentioned it, John, 2 sliders, and then boom. You smelled that one. You come back in, or you going with slider? I'm going slider.
You're going slider again?
Yeah.
I just, as an old catcher, I got that feeling like it's not good. I don't want him to make a mistake with it. We talked early on about one mistake in this game could be the difference.
2-2. On the fastball.
He's all over the place now, right?
Let me ask you that.
All over the place.
So you got the fastball, missed big. Now what are you thinking?
I'm thinking he can't get the ball inside, because watch how far this misses.
Yeah. That's the overthrown mad fastball.
Two on, 2 outs, 2-2 count. Lined right at Headley, and that will do it. But the Red Sox get a run on 1 infield hit, 2 walks, and 2 men left on base. We played 3 at Fenway. Red Sox 1 and the Yankees nothing. This is brought to you in part by CityMD. When you need a doctor, just walk into CityMD Urgent Care. And by Infinity, empower the drive. Visit your tri-state area Infinity retailer for a test drive today. The Swan Boats here in Boston. You can get on a Swan Boat in Boston Common. The Audi scoreboard 1-0. Red Sox over the Yanks on the Moreland sac fly.
You look like a guy who would enjoy the Swan Boat.
I actually I took my first Swan Boat ride yesterday. Kids are in town, and it was different.
Was it everything you imagined it to be?
I got to be honest, John, I never imagined it.
So enjoyable?
It was, yeah, it was relaxing.
How long does a Swan Boat ride last?
A good 10, 11 minutes.
Quality.
Yeah.
Quality time with the family.
Yep. Well, John, the player would be happy right now because there is a cloud cover.
I was just thinking that. Matt Holliday walk up to the plate and enjoy the cloud cover. It's not going to make it much easier, but maybe to see the ball a little bit easier against Chris Sale.
Now, last night's attendance at Fenway Park, of course, the sellout, it was 37,570. But you'll notice in day games, although it's still considered a sellout, there'll be much fewer people in the attendance because they cover up a section of seats in center field with a black tarp because they feel that in day games people wear light clothing and it would not provide the best batter's eye where the ball would be coming out of white shirts. So that's why they cover up those seats in the afternoon.
That's a great look right there, though. Chris Sale with his low arm angle, you wonder if it's still an issue with the backdrop. Left-handers.
Holiday swings and misses.
Well, that's that sidewinder, and there's that angle you're talking about, John, and missing greatly. You talk about missed location, missed it by about 2 or 3 feet. Let's hear that's across the body. He lands across his body, and then that low 3/4 angle, just tough.
I mean, Al, when you watch him mechanically, I mean, you can't teach this to your son or anybody, right? I mean, this is just his natural motion, and it's amazing. It looks so violent. It looks like it goes against everything traditionally you would teach about pitching a baseball.
And that was one of the real concerns of the White Sox when they're considering drafting Sale. Everybody that looked at him said, this guy is an arm injury waiting to happen. This is not the way you're supposed to pitch. And some teams thought, well, if we draft him, we'll change him. And the White Sox said, you know what? We'll draft him and we'll let him pitch this way, and however long he lasts, he lasts.
And you could see tall, lanky's not, the most muscular guy. I mean, obviously it works.
Swing and a miss. Castro down on strikes.
Well, you know how he got that delivery, right? He was in the Northwoods League when he was at the Florida Gulf Coast while in college. Their high fastball, hard to lay off. We've seen that last night, now today. He changed his arm angle based on playing catch with a fellow teammate during college baseball, Summer League, which is out in Wisconsin. And the guy was kind of throwing this funky delivery, and he started emulating him. Goes back to Florida Gulf Coast, ends up being first round as a result, and the rest is history. But he was a traditional, over-the-top, nice delivery.
Knocked down by Lynn, and the throw is low. Moreland could not dig it out, so Headley will reach on what should be an E5. And it is an E5.
Well, Headley, again, we talked about good numbers against Sale. Hits this ball pretty well to Lynn. He goes to his left a little bit, clanks off his glove, and then the panic starts settling in. The low throw, looking for a little help from Mitch Moreland, your first baseman. He can't come up with a clean.
I think Lynn, had he realized he had more time, he definitely rushed the throw.
And Frazier takes the strike. So the Yankees have had a base runner each inning. A couple of runners in scoring position have been unable to cash in. It's 1-0 Red Sox. A strike. You see Sale wears number 41. He wore number 49 with the White Sox and would not ask for that number when he got traded to the Red Sox out of respect to Tim Wakefield. Leon blocks and Headley stays put, so he took 41, which he wore in college.
I was just thinking before that Chris Sale coming to the Red Sox, it's been such a smooth transition, right? He's not having any issues with the media, which there are some players come here and they get overwhelmed by the Boston media. And just what you said, out of respect for Tim Wakefield, love that right there.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. 8 strikeouts in 4 innings for Sale. 1 error. The Yankees strand 1. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Unlimited baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile. These are the American League leaders in home runs, average, and RBIs. Jose Altuve of the Astros, well, he's great. 349 average. Aaron Judge having an MVP type season. He's got 30 home runs. And Nelson Cruz has moved ahead of Judge in the RBI battle with 70. Cruz having a great year, an all-star year for the Seattle Mariners. Benintendi swings at the first pitch and lines it over the head of Torres. A base hit to start off the fourth inning. Benintendi 2 for 2 against Severino.
2 for 2 against Severino, and both of those hits, as we see on Yes Mo, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers, both of them been on sliders that haven't done a whole lot. I know I sound like a broken record. I'm waiting for that big sweeping nasty breaking ball that we've seen all year.
Audi scoreboard 1-0 Red Sox. Here's Jackie Bradley Jr. First round pick of the Red Sox, 2011, out of the University of South Carolina. 40th player taken. One and one.
Well, to your point, John, you know, if he doesn't have a feel for his primary secondary pitch, we have now seen more changeups, perhaps.
Yes.
There's a back-to-back changeup after missing the first pitch to Jackie Bradley Jr. Comes back with another one. Now that makes that 96 look like 106. The quandary for a guy with a great arm, to trust your other pitches and use them. I say quandary because it's a blessing to have an arm like Severino that you can throw 100 miles an hour. You'd be more inclined to just throw that all the time. Can't consistently at the major league level.
Right back to Severino, and it was off the foot.
Here we go. We'll take a look. You see Sanchez missed in. Yes, right off the bottom of his foot. You knew it hit something because he hooked it, pulled it.
Two and two.
I guess it's the evolution of a good young pitcher, right? I mean, he hasn't had a slider today. He's been a two-pitch guy, fastball, changeup. And here we are in the fourth inning. He's gotten through 3 innings, given up 1 run, 4 hits, but it hasn't gotten away from him. Kind of finding a way to grind it out here in the middle of this game, keeping your club in it.
Grabbed there by Cooper. He steps on the bag for a double play. So Bradley hit it well, but Cooper made the play.
He golfed it right here. This is slider almost hitting him in the back foot here. Let's see that drops the barrel of the bat right to Cooper. Benintendi, no man's land, easy double play. Oh, shuffle, boom. 3 unassisted, 2 outs.
Here's Leon. Now with a pitch count of 68 in the fourth inning, you have to start to think about how the Yankees will deploy their bullpen. Joe Girardi said today, all pitchers are available except for Chad Green. Green went 2 innings yesterday. High fly ball right field. Judge is there. He'll make the play, and that will do it in the fourth. No runs a hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. Let's go to the fifth. It's 1-0 Boston. Michael, Al, and John here at Fenway Park on the GMC scoreboard, top of the 5th inning, and the Red Sox lead the Yankees by a score of 1-0. And it's going to be tough because Sale looks like he is locked in. He has 8 strikeouts in 4 innings. Now, as for Severino, that was a 9-pitch bottom of the 4th inning, which was important for him to get back on track pitch count wise, so he can give them a little more length. Here's Garrett Cooper, still looking for his first big league hit. And the pitch is low, 1-0. Cooper, a .366 hitter, 17 homers and 82 runs batted in for Milwaukee's AAA affiliate in the Pacific Coast League. Yankees got him for Tyler Webb. There's a strike, 1-2. Tough way to break into the big leagues, though. Yankees Red Sox Friday night, and now Yankees Red Sox against Chris Sale Saturday afternoon.
I mean, we talked about it last night. Those aren't just like thump numbers. I mean, 360 plus, 366, and the damage and homers and RBIs. I don't care
82 RBIs.
82. No, you're right, Michael. Here it is, the great Yankee-Boston rivalry. All his siblings are here, family.
Line drive, right field. He hit it well, but right at Betts for the first out. Lights are on here at Fenway as the cloud cover continues over this venerable ballpark. Now, there's always some worry with Sal, and you live with it because he's such a great pitcher, but he's wound very, very tightly and ran into a lot of trouble last year. The White Sox have throwback uniform days, and he was due to pitch when they had the throwback uniforms from 1976. And if you remember those were the kind of a blousy shirt that was outside the pants and said White Sox, you know, socks across the front. And he just said, he told them a number of times, I can't pitch in that. Foul, right back. And they still said, sorry, this is the day that the throwback takes place. And he came into the clubhouse and cut up all the uniforms. So he was suspended. White Sox said that had nothing to do with trading him, but he had some harsh things to say about Kenny Williams, their president. Just said, I told them I can't pitch in these uniforms.
I got to believe it was a lot more than those uniforms.
No, it's something that he complained about for a while. I cannot pitch in those 76 uniforms. You know the ones I'm talking about,
Yeah.
like Eric Soderholm wore.
And they wore shorts, too, didn't they, back in the day?
I don't think they were going to go with the shorts. I don't think they were doing the shorts.
That's a Bill Veeck era, wasn't it?
Yep.
But we haven't heard anything like that since he's been a Red Sox, right?
He's been perfect
Yeah,
here.
it's been great.
Popped up. That's a tough play for Leone. He makes it 2 away.
Well, I guess like the Yankees, they don't have vintage uniforms, do they?
Well, the Red Sox do change a little bit, but they don't. I mean, this is vintage. That's pretty much what they wore a long time ago. Last night they had a red top on, so they do change it up a little bit. And as John mentioned earlier, he's gotten along here in Boston. I mean, when you get off 11-4,
yes,
and you're the all-star starter, everything's going to be unicorns and rainbows. But then you look at David Price, who's already had like a shouting match with Hall of Famer Dennis Eckersley. Didn't like some of the things that Eckersley said on Nesson, which is a Red Sox version of yes. And Price doesn't even want to talk to the Boston media. He does, I think, on the days he pitches, but that's about it.
I just don't understand why you would want to pick a fight, right, with the Boston media or the New York media or any media.
You don't win.
It's tough enough to play this game, right?
Totally. You'll never, ever win that one.
And I've always said, and John, you played here and you played in New York, I think the Boston media is tougher than New York.
There's a different atmosphere in that clubhouse, and I don't know what it is.
Well, strike 3 on Gardner. He did not like the call. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings for Sale. We're halfway through. It's 1-0 Boston. You're at Yankee Stadium on Thursday night, July 27th, with the first 10,000 guests in attendance. Receive a Yankees replica batting practice pullover courtesy of Pepsi. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com. Visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. 1-0 count to Lynn. John, you were making a point, and you were rudely interrupted by a strikeout.
Well, it's a cardinal sin in broadcasting, right? You don't start talking with 2 strikes on a hitter with 2 outs. And you know what? Hey, I apologize for that. But the Boston media and the relationship with the players.
Fly ball left field. Frazier toward the line, near the stands. It makes the seats.
Is different than it was in New York with the players and the media. And I remember Mike Greenwell, a veteran outfielder with the Red Sox, my rookie year, walking me through the clubhouse, pointing at different writers and saying, we don't talk to him. We don't talk to him. You can talk to him and you can talk to him, but we don't talk to this guy.
In front of the writer?
In front of them.
Oh, my goodness.
And of course, I'm scared to death. I'm a rookie, and I'm just like, yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, and kind of moved on. And then you come to New York, and, I grew up in New York. So I kind of understood the New York media, but in the clubhouse, the atmosphere was completely different. It was, you might have an individual problem at some point with what somebody writes, but it wasn't this us against them mentality. I didn't feel.
I wonder too, John, that part of the problem here, if there is a problem, is that the clubhouse is tiny. I mean, you're really invading the space of the players if you're just hanging around Yankee Stadium. Yeah. The clubhouse is enormous.
Nowhere to hide.
And there's a clubhouse behind the clubhouse, so you don't have to deal with the media. But here, there's no place to go.
Yes, I understand that, but it was personal. It was different. Us against them type. They're out to get us. And I think in New York, it was an understanding that if you weren't performing well, you were going to get called out on it, and that's fine. As a player, you understand that.
How about this? That many of the writers actually grew up fans of the Red Sox, and they almost take it personally when things aren't going well. As a fan, I know it's supposed to be objective and unbiased and all that, but could that be perhaps some of the deeper, not hatred, but sharpness? Michael, you've been a writer a long time. I mean, trying to stay down the middle.
Yeah, and the Boston guys.
Yeah, and they're all exceptional, and I mean, there are legendary writers involved as well, like Dan Shaughnessy. But the one thing I always said about the Boston media, and I'm sure they don't like it when I said, they don't just tell you that you're not a good player. They say you're not a good player and your wife's ugly. I mean, they get really, really personal. Now, the caveat of all of this is the Boston Globe is the biggest paper in town. It's owned by John Henry, who owns the Red Sox. But that's only recently. That's the last 2, 3, 4 years. Before that, I guess it was adversarial. I also think that this town is a small, big town.
Yes.
And I remember David Wells, and there's John Henry, the owner of the Red Sox. David Wells, when he pitched for the Red Sox. Now, David Wells liked to go out. You've heard that, right?
Yeah.
He said he didn't leave his room. He watched more VHS tapes of movies. He said, you just can't go anywhere. Everybody's a Red Sox fan. You can't breathe. Every restaurant you go into, every bar. He said, there's no place to really get away from what you're doing. He said, so I just stayed in my room all the time.
I find that hard to believe.
Well, you're going to have to take it up with David.
Okay. You mean that he stayed in the room?
He stayed in his room. I just can't picture that from David Wells.
Well, this is a small, big city. It really is. By the way, Lynn is putting together a tough at bat right here.
3-2. Popped up. Here comes Headley. And he makes the play. 1 away.
Great battle right there by Severino and Lynn.
You win
11 pitch at bat, guys.
You win the at bat, but the pitch count now at 80. So it took its toll.
I'll take the out. I hear you.
Jack Curry, who was a great writer for the Times, just weighs in to me. He says, Al's right. Until the Red Sox won, most of the media members heard their fathers and grandfathers lamenting how the Red Sox never won a title. It was ingrained in them that the Red Sox had failed, and that seeped into the coverage sometimes.
MLB Network, I don't know if you guys saw it, they did a great thing on the 67th season, the miracle season.
The Impossible Dream.
Impossible Dream. And many of the writers that we're talking about that once wrote back then, the Shaughnessy's and others, you know, they expressed that about growing up, you know, being Red Sox fans and how that played into, you know, the emotion of everybody in New England.
Yeah, I could buy that to a certain extent, but it didn't happen in Chicago with the Cubs. And, you know, they hadn't won since 1908. I'm sure their grandfathers told them about the Cubs failing as well. Popped up. Cooper in foul territory will make the play for the second out.
Tell you what, right here, Severino, if he got that quick inning, last inning with the 9 pitches, if he can get a quick out here, keep that pitch count below that 90 mark.
Here's Dustin Pedroia. And a strike. Grounded to third. Headley gets Pedroia in a 1-2-3 inning for Luis Severino. As advertised, everybody, a pitcher's duel. They're doing it differently, but it's just 1-0 Red Sox. Holiday took the swing and hits one over the green monster. And a young man out there makes a one-handed catch. Aaron Judge follows. Same group of guys. Wow. Buddy makes a one-handed catch. That's cricket, something to smile about. That's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Gary Sanchez would like to give them a souvenir right now as he takes a strike. And total bookend, too, because the guy on the left caught it with the right hand. The guy on the right caught it with the left hand. 1-0 Boston over the Yankees as we enter the 6th inning. Chris Sale ties his shoe, so he's mortal. You know, there's a lot to be said for security. So when you're a young player and you're offered a deal and you look at that money and go, wow, this will set me up for life, a lot of players jump on it. Chris Sale did. And because of that, Chris Sale is one of the most underpaid ball players in baseball. And it's not even close. In 2013 with the White Sox, he signed a 5-year contract worth $32.5 million, including 2 options. So that's why the Red Sox gave up Yoan Moncada and Michael Kopech, because the option in 2018 is for $12.5. In 2019, it's for $13.5. I mean, Zach Greinke's making over $30 million a year.
Wow.
So yeah, he got the security, but you wonder in quiet moments, he thinks, well, what did I do? And maybe he thought what we talked about earlier, everybody thinks I'm going to get hurt with the way I throw. Let me grab the 32.5.
Totally.
Who knows if I blow my arm out?
Listen, when he first got called up, if you remember, guys, he was coming out of the pen. So it was his 2nd year as a starter in the big leagues that they gave him that deal. 24 years old at the time.
24 years old, $32 million is a lot of money, right?
Thank you.
Fly ball. Center field. Bradley's there. Speaking of great catches, watch this. Mike Pomeroy, a high first base cameraman, made the catch. Good job, Mike. And he gives it to a kid. What a gentleman.
It only gets better. Boy, Mike.
Aaron Judge lost one to right field. Betts is there. 2 outs.
Sorry, Michael. Just looking at real quick how Sale is impressive, of course, but of all the batters faced, he's been behind one time, two times. Gardner. And then he got a 3-2 count, first batter of the game, and he walked him. Like, it has been this all day long.
Yeah.
0-2, 1-2, 0-2, 1-2.
You walk in the box, you have to feel like you're being attacked, right? I mean, he's working quickly, he's pounding the strike zone, and the stuff is dominant. And with all of that being said, Yankees are still in this. I mean, you start thinking about the pitch count getting elevated now at 84. You know, maybe he gets fatigued. Can you have one big swing of the bat?
John, this is his 9th 0-2 count.
I said twice. He actually got ahead of Gardner in the first at bat of this game, 1-2, and he ended up walking him.
Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 10 for Chris Sale. And he is coasting along as he retires the Yankees in order here in the 6th. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Red Sox lead 1-0. Every device, watch every out-of-market regular season game live. Plus, get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Lights are on at Fenway Park. And here's the pitcher's duel that we talked up. It certainly lived up to it so far. And Sale with 10 strikeouts and 1 walk as Severino deals a strike to Bogarts as we start at the bottom of the 6th. Now, if you watched yesterday's game, you could see that there was a changing of the guard in the 7th inning for the Yankees. In a game where the Yankees were leading, they brought in Adam Warren. They did not bring in Tyler Clippard. Joe was asked about it today, and Joe said, well, at this point, I'll use Tyler when I need him, maybe in the 5th or 6th innings. If I don't have anybody available in the 7th, maybe I go to Tyler Clippard. He said, but right now, the 7th, I'm going to give the turn to Warren and Chad Green, a combination of those two. He said that doesn't mean it's forever, but you know, Joe is in the results business right now. He can't just say, this is my 7th inning guy if the guy's going to continue to get hit, and Tyler Clippard has struggled. So there's a little bit of a concern. We told you earlier the only reliever not available is Chad Green because he pitched 2 innings yesterday. Clippard getting ready, doing some of his stretches. 2-2.
Well, it kind of makes sense to me, actually. You know, with Clippard as good as he's been in his career, when you struggle as long as he's had off and on, and saying inconsistent is putting it mildly, yeah, find some spots for him to get some success and confidence. Good changeup right there.
Now, a lot was made last night of the lack of command. You see the changeup Al's talking about. The lack of command by Aroldis Chapman. And he threw 23 pitches, all fastballs, and not one off-speed pitch, no slider, nothing, and had 1 swing and miss in 23 pitches. And Joe was asked about that because that's been a problem this year. There was one game at Yankee Stadium he threw more than that, didn't have 1 swing and miss. There was a swing and miss, and Joe said it could be a number of things. It's something that we're certainly studying, we're looking into. He said, but remember, every pitcher, it seems, and every team has a guy who throws 100 miles an hour. He said, I believe that hitters are more attuned to swinging at that pitch. He said that's why it's imperative that he mixes in his slider. He can pitch. He said, so that's going to be one of the things. He said, but I just don't think that you're going to be able to get that 102 past everybody because it's not, wow, nobody does that. Now it seems like a lot of people do it. He said some teams have 2 people that do it.
Amazing, actually. You know, 102 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour. We're watching Severino here. He's on his soon-to-be 96th pitch, throwing 99 miles an hour. The arms and stuff across baseball is better. At least velocity-wise. I'm not saying better pitchers. Stuff.
Meredith Marakovitz talked to pitching coach Larry Rothschild about this, Meredith.
And Michael, obviously he didn't like the end results yesterday, but Larry Rothschild didn't seem all that bothered by last night because he said even though he wasn't getting the swings and misses, guys weren't barreling up the ball. None of the balls were hit out of the infield. 2 infield singles. Obviously the defense didn't hurt him, but he did admit that Chapman has not looked as sharp this year.
Drilled to center. Going back is Gardner. He'll make the play.
Michael, as I was saying, Chapman has not looked as sharp this year as he has last year. He thinks a lot of it has to do with the fact that he's not getting in favorable counts and he just can't consistently locate. And he said he feels as though his delivery is pretty much the same. The arm is working pretty well since coming off the DL, but maybe he's a little bit behind right now as far as arm speed is concerned. And he explained that when that happens, you sometimes try to generate velocity in other ways, and that kind of can take you out of your usual mechanics. That could be a reason why sometimes he can command a ball, and other times he just doesn't have that consistency in command.
Here's Hanley Ramirez with 2 outs. Joe brought up one other thing. A lot of people think throughout baseball that he was overused last year by the Cubs. And Joe said sometimes if you're a pitcher and a team wins a World Series, you're pitching innings that you've never pitched before, and the next year it's tough to come back. He said you might not return to the form that you had until the year after that. He said, not sure if that's the case. He said, but sometimes that does happen with pitchers.
Well, that's true. I mean, you see it often. You look at the hangover, if you will, with the entire Cubs rotation pretty much. And yeah, it is an extra for a starter, 4, 5, 6 starts, which could be, well, if you give him 6 innings per, you're 25 to 30 innings.
Popped up, long run for Cooper. Can't make the play. Boy, but doesn't that speak, Al, to the magnificence of Mariano Rivera? He never missed a beat, and he pitched all those innings.
Cutter, impeccable delivery, consistent from the first day he got to the big leagues to when he was done. Really, I mean, you could lay over his delivery from when he was a young man to what he pitched, like 40, some odd, close to it. And he relied on a pitch that wasn't trying to overthrow every time, even though it was great velocity. It was really the late cut. It wasn't a violent, mad pitch.
Swing and a miss. It was a violent, mad pitch. 100 miles an hour on his 101st pitch of the afternoon. Let's go to the 7th. Ramirez, 100 miles an hour. Brought to you by the Fast Pitch Speed Analytics, and that's brought to you by Fios.
How about that, huh? His 4th strikeout, 2 in the inning. Well, if that's his last pitch, he ended strong.
That's one of the fascinating things about this guy, Al. I think we have him at 101 pitches.
Yeah.
Is that what you have?
Yep.
He's carrying 100 from the first pitch to 101. Then when you look at Chad Green, you go, why is he better as a reliever than he is as a starter? Because he doesn't throw as hard consistently as the starter. Severino does. 101 pitches in, he's at 100 miles an hour. That's a special arm.
It is. It is. I mean, there's no other way of describing it. You hear often about guys being able to conserve and hold it back so that when you are late in the game, you can still maintain it. And I don't know whether that's by design, John, but we talked early in the game, not really a great feel for his slider, threw a lot of changeups. And here on his 101st pitch, he throws his hardest fastball.
This outing has impressed me for Severino. The 4 hits, 1 run, and he's done it with 2 pitches and not his best off-speed pitch. Obviously throwing 100 miles an hour to end the 6th inning. Don't see anybody warming up in that Yankee pen.
Well, he deserves it, right? I mean, I know we're all so conscious of that 100 pitch count. The alarm bells goes off and everybody goes running. But he's pitched a good game as you just described it. 4 hits. He does have the blemish in the 3rd. Really, as a result of getting a little wild.
Well, what the Yankees need in this inning is having a bat like this, a couple of them, because you want to drive Sale out of the game. He's at 91 pitches right now. So Castro, Headley, and Frazier do up against the Red Sox lefty. Just missed inside, 3-2.
Sale has thrown 116 pitches in a game this year. Obviously, you'd like to get into that bullpen before Craig Kimbrell comes in, having an unbelievable year.
And Castro walks to start off the 7th. All right, so it's so hard to make solid contact against Sale. John, you're managing right now. Do you have Headley bunt?
Ooh, I'm definitely thinking about it. We talked earlier that Headley has good numbers against Sale, but Sale been dominant today, only 2 hits. You're going to start playing small ball and bunt for Clint Frazier coming up behind, Garrett Cooper behind that. I don't know. I think I'd like to see Headley swing the bat.
1-0. A bit of a concern between innings. A couple of the grounds crew members came out with iPads showing the umpire's radar. And there are some clouds to the west. Now we're assuming that they showed them radar. They could have been showing them great movie clips, but I'm not sure.
Or reservation for tonight's restaurant.
One and two.
A lot of sliders this inning, Chris Sale. That one kind of spun middle of the plate. Headley has 2 home runs in his career off of Sale. A pretty good pitch to hit right there. And if you're the Yankees, that's what you're thinking here. Still in this game, 1-run game, 1 swing of the bat. This could change pretty quickly.
Right back here.
John goes for the ball and Michael hides.
I didn't hide. I just backed up to get a better angle.
That had some heat on it too.
That was hard.
That had some steam on it.
Swing and a miss, so did that. And Headley goes down on strikes. 11th strikeout for Sale.
Well, that one went up to 94. It seems like the last couple innings, Chris Sale's been right at that 91 mark. He did have a pitch to hit. I know it was a slider early in the count, but that ball was upstairs and tied him up.
And here's Clint Frazier. Strike. Frazier 0 for 2 against Sale. Grounded to second and struck out. Oh and 2. Castro leads off first. 1 and 2 on Frazier.
Yeah, that's a good take right there. You see the Sandy Leone home plate catcher there just wanting to go upstairs. We've seen that a lot. We saw it last night here today with Chris Sale when he get ahead trying to make these Yankee hitters swing at that high fastball.
Fly ball right field. Betts will make the play. That is a tough outfield position play, right field at Fenway Park, and Betts, according to analytics, has 20 defensive runs saved this year. That's how good Betts is in right field. So here's Garrett Cooper, who hit a hard line drive to Betts in the 5th. He's 0 for 2, still looking for his first big league hit. Strike. Well, nobody is warming up for the Yankees, so that means that Severino will pitch. the bottom of the 7th. Blaine Boyer is warming up for the Red Sox. That's just foul. One run, 4 hits, 1 error for the Red Sox. 0-2-0 for the Yanks. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Missed outside. Two and two.
Now there'll be 4 sliders in a row to the young Garrett Cooper. He's trying to expand. You could see Chris Sale and all of his weapons and location changing speeds.
Swing and a miss. One with the fastball. Strikeout number 12 for Chris Sale. Time for the 7th inning stretch. It's 1-0 Red Sox. By your local Nissan dealer as Severino comes out to pitch the bottom of the 7th inning. It's 1-0 Red Sox. 4 hits, 1 error by the Red Sox. 2 hits for the Yankees. Severino 6 innings, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Sale 7 innings, 2 hits, 2 walks, and 12 strikeouts. And a positive note for the Yankees, Sale threw a game-high 22 pitches in that 7th inning. So we'll see if he comes out for the 8th. Andrew Benintendi takes a ball from Severino. Benintendi's 2 for 2. Cadillac scoreboard, 1-0 Red Sox. Grounded foul. Tyler Clippard. Well, so much for bringing Tyler in the 5th inning.
You know, 1-0 game.
And I understand, I don't understand, but I guess the reasoning would be you bring in Betances and Chapman when you're leading. But if this was just any other game, you wouldn't have Severino coming out to pitch the bottom of the 7th inning. So different games, different situations call for different action. So it's a little odd that the first guy you would go to would be the guy that has been demoted from the 7th inning. But that seems to be the case right now.
I think Severino going back out for the 7th inning. He hasn't pitched since the 8th of July, so extended rest. A few more pitches here for him. 107 now.
But you'd agree, John, if the Yankees didn't want to grab this game by the throat, Severino would not be pitching this inning. If it was a game in May or June where they're up by 5 games in the division.
Yeah, they know how important this game is. A nice start there in the 7th. Change up, another strikeout.
Well, there's that change-up grip, and then the high. I think Benintendi thought it was upstairs, and today's game you don't see that a whole lot. I still think that that's a pitch that should be called a strike more often. You get more aggressive pitching, hitters swinging at it.
High fly ball at the bat of Bradley. Drifting over is Judge. 2 outs. Our good friend Katie Sharp tweets out that Chris Sale's 12 strikeouts is the most by a Red Sox left-hander against the Yankees in the last 100 years.
Wow. I mean, 12's dominating, but 100 years?
Now remember, one caveat to that, we talked about it last night, Red Sox did not always stack their teams with lefty starters.
I mean, first one comes to mind is John Lester was pretty darn good. Well, it's not 12 strikeouts.
Tudor, Hurst. Popped up, long run for Torreyes. He makes the seats.
Well, 13 of his 19 starts now, he's had over 10 strikeouts or more. He had like a run of 8 in a row early in the year.
A little stalling after that sprint by Torreyes. Swing and a miss.
99 miles an hour on his 112th pitch. I mean, that's, you talk about strength and endurance.
Well, this next pitch will tie the season high for Severino in pitches, 114. Did that in 8 innings against Kansas City.
Swing and a miss. He is retired the last 11 in a row. Finishing strong as we go to the 8th. 1-0 Red Sox. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Heineken. Open your world by People's United Wealth Management, ready to help you set tomorrow in motion. And by Buick. Visit tristatebuick.com for great lease offers. Well, the sellout crowd here at Fenway Park got energized and let out a loud cheer when Sale left the Red Sox dugout and ran out to the mound to start the 8th inning. I think they were pleasantly surprised. Torreyes swings and misses as we start the 8th. Hyundai scoreboard 1-0 Boston over New York.
I mean, Sale has been dominant, 108 pitches now, but he also has Torreyes, left-handed hitting Gardner behind him.
Now, John earlier mentioned Kimbrel, the closer, 30 straight saves here at Fenway Park, so it's hard to get to him in this yard. Ground ball to third. Lynn gets Torreyes. Right now, Hembry and Kimbrel.
I mean, he's just been pure domination, right? I mean, it was 12 strikeouts. Only one was looking. Gardner back in the 5th. And I know this is where we are, 110 pitches, and starters are supposed to be taken out. He's throwing a 2-hit shutout.
Think along with John Farrell. Is this his last batter, left on left? Do you let him face Gary Sanchez with a 1-run lead?
Would I rather have Chris Sale facing Gary Sanchez or Hembry?
Or Kimbrel?
Well, no, Kimbrel I'm good
Yeah.
with. Yeah, I would bring Kimbrel in.
Rather than have Sale do it.
Well, rather than have Heath Hembry, nice year, 3.57 in 40 games, but
No, I understand you'd rather have Kimbrel than Hembry, but would you rather have Sale than Kimbrel to get Sanchez?
I'd rather have a fresh Kimbrel.
I think I'm leaning that way.
Well, the biggest thing for Chris Sale is taking care of Brett Gardner, and he jumped ahead 1-2.
And Sanchez has had some pretty good at-bats. He hit a double in the 3rd inning and then a long fly ball to center in the 6th.
That one is poked into right center field. It's a base hit for Gardner. So the tying run on here in the 8th inning.
That is a thing of beauty right there for Brett Gardner. Against Sale, who was ahead in the count, and now if you're the Yankees, you start thinking big thoughts here. A little bloop single, just flips his bat head out there, drops it into right field. That's going to bring up Gary Sanchez with a chance to really do some damage.
And they are not going to the bullpen. John Farrell stays in the dugout. Sanchez 1 for 3 against Sale. The one, a ground ball double inside third. That was in the 3rd inning. One and one. Got the fastball by him, 1-2.
A little something extra right there from Sale. I'm Leone behind the plate. I'm really worried about that one swing, obviously, with the short porch in left field. Call a fastball, make sure you get off the plate in so you can jam him. If you call that slider, same thing. You don't want to leave it out over the plate. One mistake could cost you this game.
Swing and a miss. Sanchez down on strikes. And here comes Farrell with Judge due up. He's going to the bullpen. A season high 118 pitches for Chris Sale. And he was absolutely brilliant. He leaves the game, 2 outs, 8th inning, gets a huge ovation from the Fenway crowd. Gardner's on first, Judge due up. Some drama for you at Fenway Park as Aaron Judge will step to the plate and he'll face the All-Star Craig Kimbrell. Kimbrell on a relief of Sale, according to our very own Jeff Quagliata. At the end of the 7th inning, Sale's ERA was 1.18 against the Yankees, the lowest by any pitcher with 7 or more starts against the Yankees since 1920. So Sale goes 7 2/3 innings, and the runner at first is his responsibility. 13 strikeouts, a season high 118 pitches. Judge was 0 for 3 against Sale with 2 strikeouts. Runner goes, ball fouled back, and Gardner had that stolen easily, but he'll have to go back.
Well, you have a closer on the mound, and again, most closers don't compromise their delivery. And if you can get a pitcher over that 1.3 seconds, most of the time, good runners, they get the base easily.
Kimbrell has converted each of his 30 career save opportunities at Fenway, including one while with Atlanta. That's the longest streak of its kind in this venue's history. He has allowed 7 hits in those 30 games. That's 30 innings pitched and no runs. Opponents hit .074 against him. So the Yankees up against some history with Kimbrell. And they have the major's home run leader at the plate.
Start thinking here, if you're Brett Gardner trying to steal a base, that's fine, because a lot of times closers will not pitch around anybody or intentionally walk anybody. It's not in their makeup. If you're Aaron Judge, I think after almost 2 full games here in Boston, you have to set your sights down against Kimbrell. That fastball, when it's elevated like all these other Red Sox pitchers, has given him some trouble. Set your sights down in the zone. Look for that good fastball.
Threw a breaking ball in there for a strike. 2-2.
Well, that right there is why Greg Kimbrell, premier closer in the game. 2-1 count after throwing 98 miles an hour. You get a slider.
Runner goes. Foul back. Runner goes. Check swing, chop toward third. It's foul ball. Home plate umpire made the call. Gary Cederstrom, foul ball.
I think John Farrell's going to come out and have a talk with Gary Cederstrom. That was awfully close.
For the base, it's the home plate umpire's call. Let's see, Cederstrom. Yeah. Lynn caught the ball and outside of the foul line.
Another look here. The bounce is clearly fair, and then it takes a left turn.
Well, this is the best angle right here.
Two balls, two strikes, two outs. Pitch, runner goes. Fouled away again.
Pretty good swings from Aaron Judge there. The last two on the fastball. Pretty much right down the middle, maybe moving in a little bit, and a pretty good pass by Aaron Judge.
Red Sox 1, Yankees nothing. Top of the 8th inning. Runner goes. Another foul ball, and Brett Gardner's getting worn out.
Look at Kimbrell right now, and he's rubbing up the baseball, thinking to himself, okay, fastball, fastball, pretty good swings. Do I go with that slider that he checked a swing? If I make a mistake, it could end up going a long way. His second best pitch. I mean, all these things going through your mind in a one-run game.
Sellout crowd of 36,936 locked into this one. Runner goes, 2-2. Another foul ball.
Wow. What a battle here by Aaron Judge and one of the premier closers in the game. I mean, the quandary, I mean, you're mentioning it, John. The batting average against it is less than 100, 086 on the fastball. I mean, both pitches spectacular. He calls it a curveball, but Kimbrell's velocity on it is almost slider speed at 167. Phenomenal hits to inning ratio from Greg Kimbrell.
The first half MVP in the American League against Kimbrell. Runner goes again. Fly ball right field coming on his bets. He's there and he makes the play as Kimbrell wins that battle. No runs, a hit, no errors. One man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's 1-0 Boston. And yes, has all the action of Game 1 with coverage starting at 12:30. Then, after the nationally televised series finale at night, turn back to Yes for Yankees Extra Innings post-game coverage to break down Game 2. That's all right here on Yes. Here's the matchup. Brian Mitchell against Rick Porcello in the game we'll have, and then on ESPN, Masahiro Tanaka against David Price. Tyler Clippard on a relief in the bottom of the 8th, and he deals a strike to Zue Lin. So an outstanding performance by Severino. One and one. That was some battle between Kimbrel and Judge. Hyundai scoreboard shows the Red Sox with a 1-0 lead. Judge kept fouling him off and then finally hit a fly ball to right field. Up the middle, a base hit for Lynn. This is a tough one to look at if you're a Yankee fan. First 28 games for Clippard, 1.73 ERA. Opponents hit 154 against him. In the last 10 games, 16.20. And opponents hit 333 against him. And not 4 hours ago, Joe Girardi said that Clippard would be in the high leverage situation of the 7th inning. And here he is in a 1-0 game, and he has to hold it right here because you've got an all-star closer in the game. Betts takes outside. 1-run games have been the reason the Yankees are floundering. Their record in 1-run games this year is 9-18. That's the 3rd worst in Major League Baseball. Last year, their record in 1-run games was 24-12. Only the Texas Rangers at 36-11 had a better record. And that's why when you look deeper into the numbers, the Yankee offense scores 5.53 runs per game. Only the Astros score more runs per game at 5.97. So when you look at the Pythagorean theorems and run differentials, the Yankees should have way more wins than they do. But the 1-run losses, that's why their record is just 3 games over 500. At this point, with the run differential being what it is, they are 8 games worse than what their record should be. They should have 8 more wins. Three and 0 now on Betts. Well, if Clippard continues to struggle, it's not going to be a 1-run game. Let's see if they turn Betts loose on 3-0. There's a strike.
I mean, what makes Clippard effective is he has to be able to command. We're watching 91 now, right? I mean, we're impressed with Sale's stuff, of course, and Severino throwing 100. Command the fastball, even though it's not real fast, because every hitter's looking for that changeup. He's a changeup out pitcher. There it is there. And when a guy like this gets in trouble, meaning that 90 to 92 mile an hour velocity guy, you're generally missing with your fastball, and 91 doesn't get it by guys. And if you're in 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 counts, and you don't really have a feel for that changeup, yeah, it's a struggle.
Now here's another thing. Can hitters sit on the changeup, look for it, and still foul off 91, right? It's not overpowering. So you can kind of sit soft the whole at bat.
Runner goes. Ball popped up. Torreyes will make the play.
Now see that change up there, John. He ends up throwing inside. He gets behind 3-0. Then the 3-1 fastball takes, and then back-to-back changeups. That's what Tyler Clippard has done in his career. Beautiful shot right there of the circle change. And then the ball, because it's in, to your point, if guys are waiting longer for that changeup because 91's not going to blow by him, that changeup in even becomes more effective. I don't know whether that was probably more by accident than design there.
Here's Pedroia. Dustin was 0 for 2 with a walk against Severino. 1-0 Red Sox, bottom of the 8th. 2-0.
See, that pitch right there is where Tyler Clippard has to nail. You got it. You have to be able. You know, it's not easy. I get it. But you're a 1-0 count. You're throwing heater away. You got to be able to dot it.
Did you notice him just shaking his head after that too, saying, "Man, that's the difference, right? That's a pitch I usually make to get back in the count. Now I'm behind."
Popped up. Long run for Headley near the Yankee dugout, and he runs out of room. Chasing Lindback. Red Sox have 5 hits, the Yankees 3. We certainly trumpeted it as a pitcher's duel, and it certainly was. The two starters did everything that you would want them to do. A couple of walks in the 3rd inning led to the only run allowed by Severino. 2 walks, an infield single, and a sac fly. That's the scoring today. Two and 2 on Pedroia.
That's the pitch right there. Change up, tease with fastballs, and then watch the location. This is perfect. This is Tyler Clippard. He's got to live there. You see Pedroia giving up on it. Great location.
Runner goes. Pitch outside. Throw to second. Got him. Oh, what a tag by Castro. Castro not only saved an error by Sanchez, he turned it into an out. And Farrah wants them to check. He's going to challenge.
Castro coming off the bag, makes the tag, looks like he's out. And when Sanchez went to his knees and threw this ball, I said this is ending up in center field. Looked like it was rushing. What a effort by Castro, not only to make the catch, apply the tag to the leg, and you worry about his hamstring as well. Wow, what an athletic play.
Well, the move to come up in front of the runner and Lynn, he definitely got him by. Looked easy there on that replay. Nice job. You make a good point about the hamstring. I mean, it almost looked like a survival save, the throw from not going to the outfield and runner at third base. With only 1 out, would have been a nice play.
It's all about the timing of the decision for Castro. When he sees the ball is up the line, he vacates the bag, makes the play, and then the tag just happens to be right on the calf.
Also, you have to give credit to the second base umpire, Adrian Johnson. He nailed that call. Not an easy call. The 3-2. And that one is looped to Castro, and that will do it here in the 8th. We go to the 9th inning. Can the Yankees come back? Holiday, Castro, Headley against Kimbrel. This game is Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry are back in the studio to break down all the action right here in Boston, plus get scores and highlights from around the league. It's only on Yes. Great game. Great game as of this point. A lot of twists and turns. Let's see if the Yankees can come back against Kimbrel. First up, Matt Holliday. Breaking ball, no bite upstairs. So a tremendous defensive play by Castro helps Clippard with a scoreless bottom of the 8th, and it's 1-0 Red Sox. Holliday was 0 for 3 against Sale with 2 strikeouts. And yesterday, Holliday was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. So coming off the DL, hasn't found the stroke yet. first blown save for Kimbrel here at Fenway. A huge home run for Holiday. It's a 1-1 game.
Wow. I mean, how this whole day played out with Sale dominating, Severino only giving up one. The 1-0 lead, so narrow. And the great Kimbrel giving it up. 16th home run on the year for Holiday. I mean, this is just center cut right down the middle after a nasty curveball the previous pitch. And Matt Holiday knew it.
Yeah, he looked bad on some breaking balls, but Kimbrel came with a fastball, and you wonder if that long at bat against Aaron Judge in the 8th inning maybe took a little bit of a toll.
Ground ball is short, backing up Bogarts, and a bad throw, and Castro reaches. Castro is not running well at all, and he kind of staggered to first base when the throw took Moreland off the bag. Might be a good idea to have a pinch runner.
Definitely have to have a pinch runner. He's been taking it easy all afternoon going down the line. We saw it on the double that he had earlier, and on this routine ground ball to short. He's taking it easy. Bad throw by Bogarts.
And Jacoby Ellsbury will pinch run for Castro. And of course he gets booed. The home run by Holiday, the first run allowed at Fenway Park by Craig Kimbrel.
And this, look at this right here, and you mentioned, John, 2 curveballs in a row. Kimbrel knew it. Tie ball game here at Fenway.
30 previous games. Never allowed a run, just 7 hits. So that's kind of an eye-opener and a startler to the Red Sox. A strike.
What do they always say? You don't have to beat Chris Sale, or whether it's Pedro Martinez back in the day. You got to try to find a way to win the game. Sometimes you can do that against a bullpen.
Runner goes. Pitch is high. Throw to second. Stolen base, Ellsbury. Go ahead run in scoring position.
Not even close. Ellsbury, a great jump off of Kimbrel, who's not quick to the plate. Leon, the low throw. Ellsbury in there easily. A nice play by Bogarts just to keep it in front.
Well, you kind of figured it was just a matter of time. Ellsbury coming in pinch running for Castro on the Mercedes-Benz Yes Mo. His 11th stolen base on the year.
Question, did he come off the bag? And manager John Farrell's going to come out again and have a talk with Gary Cederstrom behind the plate.
And they're going to take a look.
Clearly beats it in plenty of time.
I think he stayed connected.
Wow, his right knee may have been the connector, as his left foot came off the bag momentarily.
Now right there you wonder, is he disconnected?
No, his hand's on it.
No, before the hand gets in.
Still on, still on. He's sitting on it.
Wow.
A little twister there, huh?
Is there enough to overturn it? Wouldn't think so.
Now, by the way, the home run by Holiday, it's humongous because it ties the game, but it also keeps the Yankees the only team in Major League Baseball that have not been shut out all year. Red Sox have been shut out 7 times. Yankees are the only team that has not been shut out, so they will not overturn that call. He did not disconnect with the bag, so a stolen base for Ellsbury. 1-2. We've got Betances and Chapman up. Tie game is probably Betances. Lead, Chapman.
So hard for Headley right here against Kimbrel, and it's great stuff. Have to pull something if you can.
And he strikes out. Does not get the runner over.
You have to respect the velocity of the fastball. Obviously, you're thinking about hitting a ground ball to the right side, advancing Ellsbury to third. Back-to-back sliders or curveballs is what he calls it, Alan. Whatever they are, they're nasty down and in.
Now the Yankees will go to the bench. They will pinch hit for Clint Frazier, and they'll bring up Didi Gregorius to face Kimbrel. So the Yankees were shocked last night when their closer couldn't hold the lead. Now the Red Sox somewhat stunned that their infallible closer actually fouled, giving up a home run to Holiday, but it's still a tie game. Didi thought about a slap bunt, takes a strike. He certainly has Lynn way off the line at third. If he can get a bunt down, it would be a hit.
Not a terrible idea. Off a tough pitcher in Kimbrel.
And the Yankees have G-Man Choi on deck to pinch hit for Garrett Cooper. So Girardi rightly using everybody. One and two. Ellsbury leads off second. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Kimbrel just went right after Didi after sitting all day. Has to face a great closer in Kimbrel, and you see just can't lay off. That 96 just kept elevating upstairs.
And now Carl Willis, the pitching coach, comes out, and he will talk things over about the pinch hitter Choi. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Choi, 2 home runs, 4 ribbies since being called up. The only guy left on the bench for the Yankees is their second catcher, Austin Romine.
Choi, good fastball hitter. I know Kimbrel, that's his MO. See if Choi gets a heater here and swings early in the count. He did.
He goes around 0-2. It's tough to face Kimbrel at any point. Coming off a bench cold, not easy. Sellout crowd here at Fenway Park. Most of them standing. Swing and a miss. He strikes out Headley. He strikes out Gregorius. He strikes out Choi. But he didn't strike out Matt Holliday. 2 days coming off the DL, and then he goes yard into the monster seats to tie the game. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Next all-new episode of Homegrown, The Path to Pinstripes, as Clint Frazier gets the call before making his big league debut. Plus, take a trip with Clint and Tyler Wade on a ride-along to the stadium. It's only on Yes. Well, we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. 1-1 game. Things have changed for the Yankees. Gardner moves to left. Ellsbury's in center. Gregorius is at short now. Torreyes moves from short to second. Choi stays at first, and the new pitcher is Dellin Betances. So Kimbrel gives up the first run ever at Fenway in a save opportunity. A home run to Matt Holliday, which brings us to the bottom of the ninth, as Betances deals outside to Bogarts.
Think back to Dellin Betances last night, had 3 strikeouts in an inning. He did hit Mitch Moreland. This thing for him, obviously commanding the strike zone.
High fly ball center field. Ellsbury gets tested right away, and he'll put it away for the first out. Let's take a look at how good Betances was last night.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it was good, dominating stuff. And you mentioned the one-hit batsman to Mitch Moreland, but his fastball curveball, he was ahead at 98, 99 upstairs. And then there's that great curveball. Looked good.
Moreland has driven in the only Red Sox run, bases loaded, sac fly to center, then drove Gardner back to the warning track in center his last time up. Grounds that one foul.
You talk about taking the air out of this building with that home run by Matt Holliday. The crowd obviously excited after seeing Sale do what he did all night, all day afternoon here, and then Kimbrel, their closer. And that guy right there ruined it for him up to this point.
Gets the breaking ball over for a strike. 0-2. Count 1-2. And Betances deals. Strike 3. Moreland down looking. 2 away in the bottom of the ninth.
Well, if you're Mitch Moreland, you have to pick one or the other. Looked like he was sitting breaking ball, fastball right down the middle at 100 miles an hour. Dellin Betances 2 quick outs here in the ninth.
And here's Hanley Ramirez. No one has left this ballpark. Place is jammed. Swing and a miss.
Hanley's not thinking of flipping one to right field, is he?
You think? A curveball running away, swinging, the helmet falling off.
Missed with that breaking ball. 2 for 9, and one of those 2 that memorable home run from last year. Ground ball short. Gregorius gets Ramirez, and Betances works a 1-2-3 ninth. free baseball, people. We'll go to the 10th inning, tied at 1. Brought to you by Montefiore during Morin state-of-the-art health care. And boy, the Red Sox bullpen before Kimbrel is really beaten up. Joe Kelly, right before the game, was put on the DL with a strained hamstring, replaced by Brandon Workman. Robbie Ross Jr., elbow inflammation. Carson Smith, Tommy John recovery, 60-day DL. Tyler Thornburg, that's the guy they got from Milwaukee for Travis Shaw, thoracic outlet syndrome, 60-day DL. So when you hear about the trade deadline approaching, a lot of people talk about the Red Sox needing relief pitchers before Kimbrel. And maybe the loss of Kelly is what forced them to go a 4-out save with Kimbrel rather than just have him pitch tonight. So it's Heath Hembree now, starting the 10th inning for the Red Sox. And here is Torreyes. It'll be 9-1-2 in the Yankees order. Now, one thing we learned today is how much the Yankees really value Starlin Castro's bat. Because they took him off the DL and he's obviously not ready. His hamstring is still bothering. He can't run. I hit a double that could very well have been a triple earlier in the game, but you can see he's limping along. And then on the E6, almost didn't make it to first base. So he's activated off the DL and he's not right.
Yeah, I think that's 100% accurate. But wouldn't be limping around the way he is. But as you said, Mike, his bat in the lineup so valuable.
Grounded in the hole, backhanded. And the throw from Bogarts, good arm. He guns down Torreyes, 1 away. Only one other game going on. There's many about to start, but third inning, Detroit leads Toronto 4-0 in Detroit. Here's Brett Gardner. He's 1 for 3 with a walk. And his little dunker that he kind of parachuted into right center field might have forced Farrell to bring Kimbrel in the 8th inning. Not might have, it did. Because if he doesn't get a hit and then Sanchez strikes out, that's the end of the inning. Kimbrel just works a clean 9th without having a 10-pitch at bat against Aaron Judge.
I mean, we were talking about what it obviously means this series and this game for the Yankees, but just the way that John Farrell maneuvered there. Perhaps Joe Kelly going on the DL definitely had influence on that inning, or at least pushing Sale another inning.
And now maybe you could speak to this. You know, people go, what's the big difference between a 3-out save and a 4-out save? The difference is the guy that's used to pitching 1 inning and not sitting on the bench, that sometimes makes a difference.
Especially for a closer.
Right.
When you're a setup guy, or guys in that 6th, 7th, 8th inning, you're used to that. You're a multiple inning guy, but your closer, and Yankee fans know that. I mean, all the years of watching Mariano pitch in the 9th, occasionally we'd talk about a 4 or 5-out save if it was a big enough game.
And Gardner goes down on strikes. He has to be careful. The Yankees don't have anybody on the bench. He cannot be thrown out. And Joe Girardi has that long run, and he's trying to get there before Gardner gets thrown out, and he does. They might have had to lose their DH if he got thrown out. Or Holiday would have to go play in the outfield for the first time.
Well, we'll take a look at the pitch. Running off the plate, Leon tries to bring it back. I think Brett Gardner had a little bit of a beef right there, but give Cedarstrom a little bit of credit. He gives the veteran Gardner a little leeway right there.
I guess they could have gone with Torreyes in the outfield and Romine playing second, but they won't have to deal with that. Here's Sanchez. Outside from Hembree. Goes with the off-speed pitch for a strike.
Yeah, that's primarily what Hembree does. Fastball, slider. was a battle of College of Charleston. Hembry also College of Charleston, and Brett Gardner.
Just missed outside. Maybe Gardner's argument caused that one to be called the ball, because this was close.
There's that little slider again, just down.
And a walk to Gary Sanchez. That gives an at bat to Aaron Judge.
Number 99, Aaron Judge.
Judge 0 for 4. Had a great at bat against Kimbrel that resulted in a fly ball to right to end the 8th inning. Up and away, 1-0. One and one.
Swing it off the plate. Hembry, that's what he's throwing, that fastball slider. You could see that pitch was just a little off the plate. Don't do the pitcher any favor.
The biggest thing for Aaron Judge here, stick with your approach. Obviously an extra inning game. Obviously one swing of the bat could be the difference.
One and two.
Middle of the field the other way, and if he throws you a slider and it speeds up your bat, that's the one you're going to pull over the green monster. So strong, you can go center field, right center, as the crowd is back into it here at Fenway.
Runner goes. Grounded up the middle. Grabbed there by Pedroia, makes the throw, and that will do it for the final out of the 10. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left on base. Covering on the attempted stolen base, Pedroia right there to make the final out. WB Mason presents the Joe Girardi Show as the skipper recaps the All-Star break festivities, including Aaron Judge's huge home run derby win. Plus, Joe discusses this weekend's showdown with the Red Sox. Catch a new episode tomorrow at 5 only on Yes. Now the Yankees will go to Chase and Shreve with Andrew Benintendi leading off the bottom of the 10th inning. Shreve not necessarily a lefty that neutralizes lefties. He's really good against righties. 27th game, 28 strikeouts and 24 and a third innings pitched. Benintendi 2 for 3 against Severino. So Severino and Sal pitch beautifully, and all they have to show for it, lower ERAs, but they will not get a decision. And that's why so many people are on board with you can't really judge how a starter does by wins and losses. So many things come into play. Line drive, and off the glove of a diving Didi in the left field for a base hit. So the winning run is on base.
Benintendi got off to a tough start this year, but the ball just jumps off his bat. It's such a simple swing, and Didi, a great bid right off of the end of his glove, shading him up the middle a little bit. But now the wheels start spinning, right? You know, you got an extra inning game, 1-1, bottom of the 10th inning. Larry Rothschild, your pitching coach, comes out to talk about possibilities. There's a possibility of a bunt. There's a possibility of a steal, hit and run. How do we want to defend all of those possibilities?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, you're going to go over all the scenarios. Larry Rothschild is. You got another lefty up there in Jackie Bradley Jr. Switch hitter in Leon, getting Adam Warren a little time to warm up. I mean, it really has all the writings on the wall here for a bunt. You got a lefty-lefty matchup, even though Shreve is better batting average against right-handers, still tough against lefties. And you see Warren getting ready. Nope.
Well, that is the one thing that's missing out of this Yankee bullpen. They do not have that, I don't know, a Jesse Orozco type lefty that is going to neutralize lefties. That's not what Shreve is.
Because of his changeup,
Yep.
that little screwball turnover pitch. Maybe that's why he's swinging.
Chris Young comes out on deck to pinch hit for Leon. One-0. Trying to end it with that swing. 1-1.
That's that good pitch that Shreve has really found it this year. A couple years ago he came up. It was almost unhittable last year. Struggled, and that is a great changeup. Just pull the string.
Two and one. In his last 15 games, Jackie Bradley Jr. is 11 for 26 against left-handers. That's a .423 batting average.
So good numbers against Shreve. Hot lately against lefties.
And the pitch. Base hit, right field. Benintendi round second. He's going to stop right there as Judge comes up throwing. So first and second, nobody out for Boston.
Well, when you talk about Shreve against left-handed hitters, he doesn't have that big breaking ball that goes away from them. And this down and in, maybe middle down. Bradley just hooks it into right field. Benintendi had an opportunity if he wanted to challenge that throwing arm of Aaron Judge. Probably a wise decision.
But really, watch here, John. He kind of waits, that hesitation, not really sure where he thought Torreyes may have been playing. Conservative play right there with nobody out.
Well, the Red Sox have announced Chris Young will pinch hit for Leon. So Joe's going to go to the righty, and now John Farrell could counter and send up Vasquez, because he's going to have to catch anyway if there's an 11th inning. So Girardi will take the ball, and he's going to call on Adam Warren. Game's on the line here in the 10th. This is what the Red Sox have left. They have all righties on their bench: Travis, Marrero, and Vasquez. If there is an 11th inning, Vasquez will come in and catch as Chris Young is pinch hitting, obviously, for Leon. And for the Yankees, they just have their backup catcher, Austin Romine, left. So Al gave you the strange stats last night, but Chris Young's actually done better against righties this year than lefties. And a big spot here for Adam Warren. Game's on the line. That's how big a spot it is. It's a 1-1 game, bottom of the 10th. almost over the head of Sanchez. For some reason, Ji-Man Choi is charging at first base. I don't think Chris Young is bunting. Now he backs up. Still on the grass, though. One and one.
Good slider right there from Adam Warren, and that's the pitch you're looking for, down and away. Try to get yourself a ground ball. ERA now under 2 for Adam Warren.
One and two.
That's the go-to pitch for Adam Warren, right? A couple sliders. The first one he threw high. You're going to get a slider at some point in that bat, especially against a right-handed batter. Here's another one. Good location here. You see the ball just cutting away, almost like a cutter. Chris Young trying to punch it to right field.
Young steps out.
It's a pitcher's count. 1-2. You got a pitch or two here. Something off the plate.
Off the plate, 2-2. And Lynn is on deck. Two. Missed. 3-2.
Throw it 2-2. You might as well throw it 3-2. The slider. It's Adam Warren's best pitch. It's probably the best pitch to get Chris Young out in this at bat.
You got it. It is his pitch. 43% of the time he throws a slider. Only 38% is fastball.
Swing and a miss. Got him.
That is.
A big strikeout for Adam Warren, as Young is now 2 for his last 16 with runners in scoring position.
Well, you want the slider down and away, and it backs up a little bit, actually goes in. Chris Young swings right over the top. As a right-handed hitter, you recognize spin, you expect it to go away, and you're surprised when it comes into you. So either way, a huge strikeout for Adam Warren.
So here's Zhu-Wei Lin. The number 9 batter, third baseman. Takes a pitch low as Sanchez calls time.
You know, these are the batters that I would worry about, because you don't have a whole lot of information on Lynn. You don't have a lot of at-bats against him. You haven't seen enough of his swing. You get scouting reports and all of that stuff, but if you're Adam Warren, when you have history against somebody like you would against a Mookie Betts, you at least have an idea of a game plan. This is kind of trying to figure it out in a big spot out.
Totally. And you know what, also too, part of that game plan when you have a history is you could play a little bit of cat and mouse, because you're also thinking about the pitches that got me out before. But here, I would, based on that and not having a history, you got to go to your strengths.
Yeah.
And his is his slider. You know, we saw a first pitch changeup right there. He throws it occasionally.
One-0. Strike. 1-1. You've got Benintendi at second, Jackie Bradley Jr. at first. One man out, 1-1 game, bottom of the 10th inning at Fenway, second game of a 4-game set. Yankees lost a heartbreaker last night. Fastball moves him off the plate, 2-1.
I like that pitch right there, John. The pesky little hitters are just trying to put it in play, kind of pepper, in his case as a lefty, go to left field. Something in on his hands.
2-2.
There's a good changeup. He busted him in. Great shot of the circle change. It ends up being going down and away, but the speed, or the differential of the speed, about 10 miles an hour, gets Lynn out in front.
Two-two. Line into right center field. Long run for Judge. He'll make the play for the second out. Judge ate up a lot of real estate in a hurry to haul that in. Two-way.
Well, Aaron Judge gets all the attention for the home runs, 30 of them, but he's a good right fielder and gets a good jump off of the bat of Lynn right here. You're right, Michael, covering a lot of ground going to his right. There is a lot of ground out there. Right field at Fenway Park, not the easiest right field to play.
There's Mookie Betts. And a strike from Adam Warren. Two outs and runners in scoring position this season. You see the numbers. 10 for 28. And that's the spot he's in right now. Warren against Betts. Betts 0 for 3 with a walk. He scored the Red Sox only run today. And Warren jumps ahead 0-2.
Well done. 2 sliders in a row. Those numbers are excellent, Michael. 357. He's 271 hitter on the year. Those are your money players. Runners in scoring position with 2 outs. Look at those numbers. Well, Adam Warren's got a couple spots here. He's got 2 pitches. Pitcher's pitch. Meaning something off the plate. Make a hitter fish.
And a conference at the mound.
So, you know, part of it is you got a pitcher that shakes. Shooters that just shake, they step out. So like that to me is a little unusual. Guys shake and step out, and then of course this is a big moment. Gary Sanchez want to go out, have a chat with Adam Warren, see what he wants to throw.
Wasted the fastball up and away, 1-2.
Yeah, and I get all of that, Al, but you worry about momentum, right? I mean,
Totally.
He strikes out Chris Young. That was a huge at bat. Then he gets the out from Lynn, and things are rolling. For Adam Warren, you're ahead in the count 0-2, and then all of a sudden everything slows down.
Fly ball shallow right. Coming on is Judge, and he makes the play for the final out. So Warren works out of the jam. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left. We go to the 11th. Red Sox have played 6 games so far this year. The Yankees have won 4 of them. Now, this is tied at 1. The Red Sox are 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position today. You see Vasquez now the new catcher. They're 2 for 37. 0-54 against the Yankees this season in that situation. Runners in scoring position. There's Matt Holliday. He's the reason we're playing right now, as he hit a home run off Kimbrel, leading off the 9th inning.
What a heck of a job by Adam Warren to get out of that. There it is. Tie Fuego. Top of the 9th off of Kimbrel.
2-0. I know baseball is the ultimate team game where the whole lineup is interwoven, but boy, do you miss David Ortiz in this lineup. It just had a different feel when you knew he was coming up that inning. And I think managers managed differently. And the Red Sox have admitted it. I mean, Mookie Betts said, well, you know what the difference is with the offense? David Ortiz. And they knew he was going to retire. So 3-0. Let's see if they turn Holiday loose against Hembree. Ball 4. So Holiday with a leadoff walk here in the 11th. So Farrell with Ellsbury due up, signals to the bullpen. He's got 2 lefties out there. One of them's coming in. So that'll do it for Hembree. Yankees have the go-ahead run at first base. We're in the 11th right here on Yes.
Adam Warren get through this after Shreve gives up a couple singles. You talk about his slider being on and just spotting his fastball enough. There's this slider that was inside corner. Chris Young who pitched hit. You got that nice play from Aaron Judge with the fly out to right, and then once again another slider, just a little number. Great job by Adam Warren to get out of that.
So Robbie Scott will come on. Can I add one more thing to that, Al? Not just Warren, but Judge played a huge role in that inning. For some reason, Benintendi didn't go to third. He should have. He got spooked by Judge's arm. And then Judge made 2 nice catches.
Yep.
One in the gap and one coming in. That was not an easy play for the final out either. So his defense certainly was a big part of that bottom of the 10th. Sidewinding, left-hander deals a strike to Ellsbury.
Well, that's a good point, Michael. I mean, the Benintendi looked like he got, I don't know whether he thought there may have been a play by Torres. He kind of turned around and paused.
The turning around was weird, right?
Yeah.
He completely turned to right field and then had to redirect himself back to second.
So Ellsbury showed bunt, takes low 1-1. But if he knew there was a right fielder out there that didn't have a plus arm, he's going.
Yep.
Even if he turned. And that changes the whole specter of the inning.
Oh my gosh, at first and third, nobody out.
Well, that probably loses the bunt for Ellsbury, 1-2. There's so much talk, especially after games that your team loses, about, oh, why did they bunt? Big leaguers don't bunt that great. They don't sacrifice bunt that well. It's hard for them to get a bunt down.
Well, if that's true, that's just not acceptable.
Yeah, but that's the way it is. It's not acceptable. That's the way it is.
But they don't get asked to do it as much
Right.
in today's game because of the sabermetrics don't give away the outs, so that when you are called upon to do it, there's not a lot of experience with it.
Especially as an American League player.
And then they all say, well, they practice it during BP. If you watch it, they do 2 half-hearted bunts against a 50-mile-an-hour batting practice pitch. So you're not really gearing up for a 95-mile-an-hour pitch.
That's right, Michael. And having played in the National League for a long time, we bunted. Of course, as a pitcher, it's different. That's your job. Is to you better be able to bunt. You occasionally have the pitching machine come out pretty firm,
Cranked up a little bit.
Yeah, make it seem more realistic.
Grounded to first. Moreland goes to second one. I don't know what Holiday was doing. Ellsbury is safe at first. Holiday's going to second, but he's out on the force. I guess Holiday thought that he was in a rundown, but Moreland did not step on first. He threw to second, so he's out on the force.
Well, he's definitely out, but how do you rule this? I mean, you can't assume a double play, I guess.
Well, I mean, I think he interfered with the first baseman making the catch.
He did.
I mean, he's running back to first, and he's a runner that doesn't exist anymore. He'd been erased. This is going to be an interesting conversation.
Yeah. Unless it. I don't get
he
what,
was out at second. There's no reason for him to be running back to first.
Well, he's thinking that Moreland stepped on the bag, so he's going to try to get a rundown or get back to the base, but obviously he's out right there. Now he's in the way of Moreland trying to make the play. It hits Ellsbury.
No, Farrell's got a beef. I believe that Moreland makes that play if he doesn't have 2 runners right there. one that didn't belong there.
Wow, that is really unusual. You're right, because he's out. So Holiday should have been eliminated. Moreland can't make the play because
he couldn't, because he would have run into Holiday.
Yeah.
Well, the umpires will conference now, and Yankee fans might not like it, but this could be turned into a double play.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the timing of it, if Moreland is on the bag stretching out towards the field to make that catch, Ellsbury's going to be doubled up. Not able to do that with Holiday all over first base.
You have a runner that was interfering with a play that was already out.
Right, you have a runner that's a dead runner.
Yep.
Should have left the base paths. If they don't turn this into a double play, I wouldn't be surprised if Farrell gets thrown out. Talking with Cedarstrom, the home plate umpire, and the crew chief.
You reading lips, John?
I think he said, try to explain to me. That's what I got.
Look at the other side. Joe Girardi's already managing in his mind that Ellsbury's going to be on first base, so obviously better speed than Holiday.
And Holiday stopped right away because he thought that the play was to step on the back. He did not run all the way to second. He stopped and then ran back to first, thinking he was in a rundown.
I see John Farrell talking about protesting obstruction. How many times do the protests actually play out?
0. Has it ever?
It
wait a minute. Yeah.
It did in the Pine Tar game. Now, they're going to look at this. What are they looking at?
So it's reviewable? Why didn't they review it right away?
And Joe's coming out and saying, well, why is that reviewable? And the Red Sox don't have any challenges left. Now, obviously, the Red Sox could ask. They can't demand to have them look at it. They have to present their case. So there's the one out on Holiday. So he should just leave the base paths. Instead, he's running back to first, which stops Moreland from being in place to receive the throw.
Could the defense be that Matt Holiday actually thought, because he didn't see Mitch Moreland touch first base, that it could have been not a force play? I mean, is that even a defense? Touches first, throws to second. Matt Holiday doesn't know that.
Well, that's obviously what happened, but I don't think that that's an excuse for interfering with the throw. So we'll see what they say back in New York, where they're looking at it, because obviously he did not know.
We're also looking at it on the big video board in center field.
Well, Scott is not throwing, which is odd.
Yeah.
He was before.
Now, if they turn this into a double play, then you're going to see Joe Girardi come out and argue.
Wow. So much for pace of play, huh?
Now, another thing they could be looking at, would the throw have gotten Ellsbury? And I think that's a legitimate point. Even if Moreland makes the catch, would Ellsbury definitely have been out? Now, it's clearly interference by Holiday, but did he cost them the out at first? Would Ellsbury have crossed the bag?
Yeah, but I think what you have to look at is if Moreland was able to get to the bag and actually stretch out towards the field of play,
Yeah, he's out.
there would have been an opportunity for a double play. Obviously, the timing there looks bang bang because he's not on the bag and he can't stretch.
Have you ever seen anything like this? Michael, you've seen a ton of games. I haven't.
I have not seen this play.
I haven't.
Well, let's see what they have.
They're going to talk to John Farrell because they're not making any deliberate motion with a call.
I would think if they were going to call it a double
Yep.
play, they would have taken
Yep.
the headset off and pumped their fist.
Yep.
I think he said I'm protesting. I really believe the Yankees catch a break here. I think it was obvious interference by Holiday. I don't think he planned it. I don't think that was his objective. He just thought he was in a rundown. Now they're going to go back to the headset.
Is it this to let the office know they're protesting?
Usually they point to
They
the.
usually point to the official scorer.
Wouldn't it be? I mean, after all of this, and I know we have replay and all that. Wouldn't it be pretty cool that they put on a headset like in a football game and explain to everybody watching
Yes.
what the ruling is?
Yes.
Right, because they're talking. Usually they don't talk during these.
Well, our producer is talking with New York, and they're telling us that the umpire is on the headset to interpret a rules check, to come up with the rule that obviously would turn this into a double play or not. So they're investigating interference. And now they're going to talk to Girardi. So let's see what we have. He just made a hand signal that I have no idea what it was.
P for protest.
Oh, P for from whom?
Gary Cedarstrom.
No. Is
No,
it
they
from the Yankees or the Red
Oh,
Sox?
no,
no,
he
they
pointed,
pointed
to the Red Sox.
Okay. Let's see what the protest signal at P. Nice. Little charades. All right, so the Yankees catch a break. It's a 3-6 force. Ellsbury reaches on the fielder's choice. And here's Headley. So it's official. The Red Sox are playing the game under protest. Well, the review and the subsequent explanations took 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
That's it?
Seemed longer, didn't it?
Oh my God! I thought it was like 20 minutes.
Fly ball right field. Betts back. He'll make the play. Time seems slower, Al, when you have dinner reservations. Now, we rewound the tape back in our studios to see how long it took from when the play happened to when he just made the silly signal with the P. Over 9 minutes. So I don't know where Major League Baseball is saying officially 4:59. So we have it at over 9 minutes that there was a stoppage of play. keeping Ellsbury close.
If you're Ellsbury, don't you have to take a shot here? First move off a lefty. Try to get yourself in the scoring position with Didi Gregorius up at the plate.
Yes.
2 down.
Hit sharply to short, and that'll do it as Bogaerts makes the catch. A very interesting top of the 11th inning. As the Yankees strand one, we go to the bottom of the 11th, 1-1. Next pitcher, and he'll face 2, 3, and 4 in the Red Sox order. It's the youngster Jonathan Holder. This will be his 33rd game. 38 innings and 33 and a third innings. A strikeout per inning, 8 walks. So the bullpen's getting thin. So who is left out there? Green's not available. He's on that list, but Joe said today I can't use him. But Ben Heller is available, and Chapman is obviously waiting for the Yankees to get a lead. So Pedroia, Bogaerts, and Moreland here in the bottom of the 11th inning. One game. Base hit left field. So the winning run at first base. Here's Bogaerts. He's 1 for 4. We're in the bottom of the 11th inning. Red Sox have 8 hits. The Yankees have 4. Red Sox have committed 2 errors. Breaky ball missed outside. Hard slider, 1-0.
Yeah, it's slider. Michael's more like a cutter. Big curveball he throws. Fastball in the mid-90s.
There's a strike on the inside corner. 1-1. Swing and a miss.
That's that curveball right there. I mean, as a reliever in these extra inning games, and how often do you see it? Most hitters want to be the hero. A pitch like that, unless you have small ball kind of offense that you're facing. Pitch is off the plate, off speed.
Checking on Pedroia. He has 4 stolen bases, been thrown out 3 times, does not have a lead, like he's looking to try to steal a bag. Sanchez behind the plate. Holder with that big curveball. You got to be thinking block the baseball. Keep Pedroia away from second base.
Blocked by Sanchez. It rolls in front of him. Picked up by Holder. And Pedroia advances to second. That'll be a wild pitch.
Wow, did he go? Looked like a check swing.
Anytime you call this breaking ball, you have to think blocking the baseball. Looked like he held up his swing. Sanchez does a good job angling his body back towards home plate, but he can't pick up where the ball ricocheted off of his chest protector. He looks up, he loses it, and that gives Pedroia plenty of time to get himself into scoring position.
Two-two. Lined into center field, coming on Ellsbury, slides and makes the play. One out.
A good pitch right here. Bogart's after the curveball in the dirt. He throws that little cutter, and Ellsbury on his horse making a nice play.
Well, Pedroia is the winning run at second. Mitch Moreland at the plate. He's driven in the only run for the Red Sox, a sac fly against Severino way back in the third inning, scoring Mookie Betts. Pedroia being held very close to second by Didi Gregorius, who's shifting because of Moreland. And a strike.
You have first base open right here for Holder and Sanchez, so you don't have to give in to Moreland. Quickly ahead with that breaking ball, 0-1. Ramirez on deck, Benintendi behind him, followed by Bradley Jr.
Pedroia led off the inning with a single, moved to second on a wild pitch. One man out. The 0-1. 0-2. Yankees looked like they were headed to a 1-0 loss. Kimbrel on the mound, having got the final out of the 8th inning, and Matt Holliday led off the 9th with a home run over the Green Monster. That made it 1-1, and that's why we are where we are in extra innings. Holliday's big home run. First run ever allowed in a save situation in 30 games by Kimbrel in this ballpark. The 0-2. Grounded foul, still 0-2. It's a difficult game to have an extra inning game for both teams because you have a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. So you might see reinforcements called up after the game, before game one, or maybe even between games tomorrow.
Now this is the whole danger right here, John. With the curveball as good as it is from Holder, you're always conscious of bouncing it. But Pedroia 90 feet closer.
That's where you have to have that trust, right, in your catcher, and Gary Sanchez, that I can bury this on an 0-2 count, look for a swing and a miss, and trust that you're going to block it.
Going with the fastball away. See Sanchez setting up early, getting out there.
Now a reminder about tomorrow. The new rule is with a doubleheader you can expand the roster to 26, but they might need another pitcher other than that, depending on how long this game goes on. They'll use that 26 spot they had planned to for Brian Mitchell, who's going to start game one. Nice block there by Sanchez.
Yeah, good play. Just what we're talking about right there. 0-2 as a pitcher, you have to have the trust that your catcher will block a breaking ball in the dirt. Buries it perfectly, perfect form by Sanchez. Good play.
That pitch right there was 58, 59 footer.
And the 1-2. Rip foul. And the pitch. Moreland essentially is taking Ortiz's spot in the Red Sox lineup, because Hanley Ramirez was the first baseman when Ortiz was the DH. Now Hanley Ramirez is the DH, and Moreland is the guy who slides in, and he's a cleanup batter in the lineup today, trying to clean up Dustin Pedroia at second and end this game. Ramirez on deck. 2-2. Really battling. Fouls that one off.
Yeah, seen a lot of off-speed pitches from Holder, but yeah, I think you said last inning, I don't know if it was Betts or whomever that said the loss of David
Betts,
Ortiz.
yeah.
I mean, you talk about a year going out. Ortiz, 315 batting average, 48 doubles, which led the American League, 38 home runs, 127 RBI. That wasn't just a guy.
Ali's seen a lot of pitches. Do you do something different here?
You know, I mean, we're talking about that curveball. I like it a lot. His cutter, slider is kind of the down and in barrel spot for a guy like Mitch Moreland. I just trust, if I'm throwing a curveball, I trust that my catcher is going to block it.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Dialed it up to 93 to strike out Moreland.
You know, you look at every pitch in that sequence was off speed, either curveball, slider. He had one fastball on an 0-2 pitch, and then this ball upstairs. Actually a great call, because Moreland saw everything downward action, slider, cutter, curveball. That was a great call, great pitch.
Well, a sign of extra innings, you saw the ball man bringing out new baseballs. He's aged since the beginning of the game.
He's got a beard.
Got an old satchel there too.
It was brand new when he started. Here's Ramirez. If you joined us late, we're making light of the fact that John said earlier that that particular bat boy was the bat boy when he made his debut in the big leagues in 1992. So that was 17 years ago. No, 25 years ago. The 0-1. 0-2 on Ramirez. The 0-2. Bounced up there, blocked by Sanchez.
Another good job by Gary. Knowing that curveball is going to be down, the good one, certainly 0-2, 1-2. It's not a strike pitch in those counts. Strike in the zone.
Pedroia at second, 2 men out, bottom of the 11th. 1-2 count on Hanley Ramirez, 1 for 4 tonight. Pitch. Foul back. Trying to get the fastball by him. Game started right around 4 o'clock. But we are already past 8. Daylight moving out, nighttime moving in. Yankees want to extend the game a bit longer. One, two. Fly ball. Right field. Judge makes the play. And we will go to the 12th. No runs a hit. And 1 man left on base. It's a 1-1 game right here on Yes. Fenway Park, It's a 1-1 game, and the Yankees will go to their last man on the bench. Austin Romine is going to pinch hit for Ji-Man Choi. So that's it. The Yankees are done with their bench players. And after Romine is announced, John Farrell will take the ball from Robbie Scott. And he'll bring in a right-hander. 1-1 game. Romine will come up first. This is Blaine Boyer, who was warming up earlier. Allowed 27 hits in 23 innings, 20 strikeouts, and 5 walks. You know, by leaving Pedroia on second, Red Sox are now 2 for 40 with runners in scoring position against the Yankees this year. And Boyer deals a strike. Well, they've used Hembry, they've used Kimbrel, now they've used Boyer, they've used Scott, so they have one lefty left, Fernando Abad, and Matt Barnes and Brandon Workman. 0-2. And there it is. And Workman was activated today when Joe Smith went on the DL with the hamstring injury. Joe Kelly, I'm sorry.
So with that said, that the Red Sox are better lined up in this extra innings. A couple righties and the lefty. Yankees only have Ben Heller and then their closer.
Well, Boyer throws hard, as you can tell. 2-2 on Romine. Three and two. And Torreyes is on deck. And the pitch. Missed outside. So Romine with a leadoff walk here in the 12th inning. Now, you've got to bunt Torreyes, right?
Well, you have to do something, in my opinion. Bunt, obviously, is a possibility. Hit and run. All of these things kind of to dictate the action a little bit here.
Yeah, I like the idea. Get Romine to second base, and then anything that's hit to the outfield, grass. Of course, Romine's not the fastest Yankee, but give yourself a shot.
And he bunts to third. It kicks foul.
I think we were talking about this earlier about hitters really aren't asked to bunt. Well, Torreyes isn't one of them. I mean, he's a guy that part of his game should be able to bunt.
If you're an extra player on a major league team, you have to be able to lay down a bunt.
Right. Did I just do the Captain Obvious there?
No, but it's a good point. You that's part of your game, or it has to be part of your game to be on a big league bench.
And he bunts that one foul. Now, we've seen Girardi do this before. He will ask you to bunt with 2 strikes. Gardner did it recently, so let's see if they insist that Torreyes get the ball down.
A lot of times as a competitor, Torreyes, you're mad at yourself for not being able to get it down the first 2 times, so you want that opportunity to redeem yourself.
Squaring, and he bunts it to third. They throw to second for one. On to first, it's a double play. No, you can't draw that up any worse.
Well, he squares around so early that you can see clearly Vasquez wanted that fastball elevated. It was. The bunt is too hard. Torreyes falls down after it. Obviously, he's not going to get out of the box in good shape, and it's an easy play for Lynn going right to second base. And the turn is executed perfectly. Torreyes had a couple of tough days here in Boston, a couple of errors that we're not used to seeing, not able to get the bunt down here.
And to make matters worse, he tripped over the bat, too, trying to get out of the box after falling down. Here's Gardner. Boy, you're right, John. If you're going to bunt with 2 strikes, don't give it away right away. He'll trip over the bat, too.
Yeah, I mean, actually, when you're sacrificing the first 2 pitches, that's what you do.
Right.
You literally give yourself up. So, and then, I mean, the high fastball, your best feeder as a pitcher, is a hard pitch to bunt softly and down.
So that scored 5-6-4 on the double play. Still 0-2 on Gardner. Gardner 1 for 4 with a walk. If he gets on, Gary Sanchez gets to take a cut. One and two.
Again, high fastball from a Red Sox pitcher. We've seen that. We saw it yesterday, last night, now today. Definitely part of the scouting report against the Yankee hitters, Red Sox hit pitchers.
Two and two. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're in the 12th. It's a 1-1 game. Blaine Boyer sets and deals. Popped up. Left field. Benintendi makes the play for the final out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 12th. That fly ball by Gardner, it looked as if Benintendi didn't see it right away. And if we're doing the play-by-play from somewhere just below the clouds, because this is really upstairs. And when that went past the green monster, I don't know about you guys, I could not see it the way the sky's color is right now. I wonder if that's going to be an issue for the Yankee outfielders.
Well, at least for maybe the next, short period of time, because you're right. It almost looked like Benintendi was trying to get off the side of it to see it. It's a tough sky right now.
And he will lead off against Holder, who pitched the scoreless 11th inning. He's the 6th Yankee pitcher. Luis Severino started and was absolutely brilliant over 7. And Benintendi fouls it back, 0-1.
Is there a piece of you as a hitter in a lineup that you want to be the big dog and just swing out of your shoes?
Of course, and that first swing by Benintendi was that was the intention. I'm going deep and we're getting out of here.
Popped up on the left side. Headley is there to put it away. One down.
I mean, how often do you see that? You know, I mean, was a heck of a game, well-pitched game by Severino, of course, Sale. But you get in extra innings, and you just see guys that aren't 30-plus home run guys swinging out of their shoes. I mean, he's not trying to drive the ball left center there.
Jackie Bradley Jr. takes outside. Two and one. We are in the 12th inning. It's 1-1. Fly ball left field. Gardner for the second out. Let me recap the scoring. It's not going to take time. In the third inning, Betts with one out walked. Dustin Pedroia walked. Then Bogarts with an infield single. Bases loaded, one man out. Mitch Moreland hits one deep to center field. Sac fly. 1-0 Red Sox. It stayed that way until the ninth inning when Matt Holliday led off against Craig Kimbrell and hit a home run to tie the game. And that's the first run that Kimbrell has ever allowed in 30 games in a save situation in this ballpark. One of those games was with Atlanta. Here's Vasquez, his first at bat, fouls it off. If there's a 13th for the Yankees, Sanchez, Judge, and Holliday. The 0-1. Grounded to third. And there's a 13th as Holder works a 1-2-3 inning. We go to the lucky 13th. Gary Sanchez will start it off to give the Yankees the lead with one swing. Up between innings, and then he called out John Farrell and the athletic trainer, and it looked as if he was pointing to a blister, and they took him out of the game. Brandon Workman, who was just activated before the game, will come in, and he'll have as much time as he needs to warm up. So he's been with the Red Sox before, 3 games, 8 hits and 5 1/3 innings. We really fouled up your Saturday night, haven't we? You probably have movie tickets, Broadway show, dinner, but you can't leave this game. It's too good.
You talking to John and I?
No, I don't care about you guys. You're getting paid for this. I'm talking about our great viewers.
What a game, right? I mean, the Severino dominating, Chris Sale, all the strikeouts, 13 strikeouts and 7 2/3.
Well, depending on how long this game goes, right now it's tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's a doubleheader here at Fenway. And yes, has all the action in Game 1 with coverage starting at 12:30. Then, after the nationally televised series finale, that'll be on ESPN. Turn back to Yes for Yankees Extra Innings post-game coverage to break down Game 2. That's all right here on Yes. Brian Mitchell will go for the Yankees. Rick Porcello will go for the Red Sox, the defending Cy Young Award winner, and then Game 2, Tanaka against Price. Well, those two people could put the Yankees in front with a swing. And we do thank everybody that's hung around. It's a great game, but it's a time commitment. So we thank you so much for watching Yes, the Saturday afternoon into Saturday evening. we love you for it. So Brandon Workman will take over and face the heart of the order, Sanchez, Judge, and Holiday. Sanchez, 1 for 4 with a walk. Yankees have 4 hits. Red Sox have 8. Red Sox have committed 2 errors. Workman deals. And a strike. Now, if this game really went long, the Red Sox could get it done with a Doug Fister, because Fister is slated to start on Monday, but Rodriguez is also going to be available that day. So if push came to shove and they had to go to a pitcher for 4 or 5 innings, it could be Fister, who's listed as a starter, not a reliever. The 0-2, 1-2. Judge is on deck. And the 1-2 pitch. Foul back. Still 1-2. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase the pitch way out of the zone. Sanchez down on strikes.
Well, Brandon Workman coming back from Tommy John surgery a couple years ago, doing a good job in Pawtucket. You see the slider just running away. The down and away slider after a couple high fastballs. Putting down Sanchez.
Al, I really believe that what you said earlier has always been an issue, why extra inning games take longer than they should. Everybody's trying to hit a home run rather than just put together a rally.
Small ball. And I think it's less, far less with an American League lineup, because you really don't have the aspect of moving runners over, bunting, as we were talking about earlier. Certainly with a pitcher in the lineup, it changes the dynamic of how an offensive lineup is put together.
The 1-0, 2-0. Well, Judge is 0 for 5 tonight. And last night he was 0 for 3.
You got a good count here with 2-0 after a couple fastballs from Workman.
3-0. Matt Holliday's on deck. Turned him loose on 3-0.
3-0 slider. Workman thinking along with you, Al. One swing of the bat. Everybody's trying to go deep on a 3-0 count especially. Drops a little slider in there for strike 1.
Workman from the full windup. Bounces it, and a walk to Judge. Well, you know, Judge could steal a base. And here is Matt Holliday, who connected on that home run against Kimbrel to start off the 9th inning to tie the game at 1. And keep the Yankees as the only team in Big League Baseball that has not been shut out this year. Now Chapman throwing softly in the bullpen, and you see this a lot. I remember a Met game, I think, where John Franco was up like 10 times, or maybe I think it might have been K-Rod. Every single inning where it looked like the Mets would score extra innings, they had him up there, and then you're burning out your closer by doing that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the general rule of thumb is you get a guy up and down hot 3 times. If he doesn't go in the game, he's done. A lot of people don't realize it's not just, lollygagging out there. You're thinking, as you just described, Michael, that you may be in this game. So you got to assume that you got to get ready for game speed.
Yeah, but can he be just tossing the ball nice and easy, and then if a run scores, he'll have time to crank it up again?
Right now he is, yeah.
Fly ball right field. Betts makes the play for the second out. And that will bring up Jacoby Ellsbury. Ellsbury entered the game, the pinch run for Castro in the ninth inning, promptly stole second. Yankees had a runner on second, nobody out. But Kimbrel struck out Headley, Gregorius, and Choi to end that threat. There goes Judge. Throw to second. Got him. And that'll end the top of the 13th as Vasquez guns down Aaron Judge. The throw caught by Bogarts, and the tag is applied. We go to the bottom of the 13th. Game immediately following the final out of this game as Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry are back in the studio to break down all the action here in Boston, plus get scores and highlights from around the league. It's only on Yes. They are actually sitting at the desk. Sometimes they watch all the action from Bob's office, but when it's this late and it could end like the snap of a finger, they are at the desk ready. Lynn leads off and takes a strike from Holder.
Been there, done that.
Killing the candy.
Got to get up and stretch a little bit,
1-1.
I think all the way back to the third inning, bottom of the third, right when Mitch Moreland had that sacrifice fly, bases loaded, and we mentioned it could have been a lot worse. Severino did such a good job of keeping it to 1 run at that point, and didn't realize how big that inning would be. A tough loss last night for the Yankees, trying to grind out one here tonight. This would be a huge morale builder. Ben Heller now getting loose.
Did he go? No, he did not. 13th inning. Enjoying some free baseball here on Yes. Fernando Abad is up for the Red Sox. Grounded to second. Torres. 1 away. Jonathan Holder is right now in that nebulous state for a relief pitcher. He's doing so well, and he's giving them such length that in all likelihood he will be sent down because he's not of any use to them tomorrow.
Yeah, Joe Girardi talks about the importance of the Yankees having 8 relievers. Well, today it was actually 7 because Chad Green was unavailable.
Now, we mentioned Fister. If we're talking about this game going 23 innings, you would assume that Sabathia could give the Yankees some innings as well. Nice play by Gregorius to get Betts. And then they would figure out Minnesota after that.
Didi Gregorius makes this play look so easy, going to his right and the strong throwing arm throwing across his body. Almost take him for granted now. He's just so consistent, so good. This is Mookie Betts, who can get down the line, and he gets him by plenty.
So here's Dustin Pedroia. And a strike. Now, we showed you Abad warming up. If there's a 14th inning, the reason they have the lefty up, Ellsbury was at the plate when Judge got thrown out. So it's Ellsbury, Headley, and Gregorius. So 2 lefties and a switch hitter who's better from the left side. Count 0-2 on Pedroia. We believe unofficially that pitch right there was the 400th pitch of the game. Not a joke. 400th pitch of the game. That's a good 7 innings for you, right?
I was going to say that's 5 innings.
1-2. Foul back. Caught by Gregorius to end the 13th as the Red Sox go down in order. The game started at 4 o'clock, bright skies. Right now, not so bright. A long day's journey into night. Guy, and he has not even had an M&M today. He has not had a Twizzler.
That is true.
An Ike and Mike, nothing. How are you doing it, Al?
I don't know, but the sugar high, I need a little bit. Yeah.
Well, new pitcher for the Red Sox is Fernando Abad. This will be his 28th game. You see his numbers. And he will face Ellsbury, Headley, and Gregorius as we go to the 14th. Ellsbury signed a free agent contract with the Yankees after starting his career with the Red Sox. Had a great season in 2011. 32 homers and 39 stolen bases. And that's the only 30-30 season in club history. But he has never come close to that home run number again. Yankees wouldn't mind if he hits one now. One and one from Abad. Two and one. Three and one on Ellsbury. Ellsbury was up when Judge got thrown out trying to steal to end the 13th. Foul back, and the count full.
I got a pitch there to hit in that 3-1 count. Abad mostly changeup, curveball. Primarily come in and get some key lefties out in the 27 games. He's got 27 innings.
Went off speed upstairs, and Ellsbury took it for a leadoff walk to start the 14th. Well, you would think he'd be going, and if he's not, then you would think that Headley's bunting. But we've seen this play before, and it didn't work out that well for Ronald Torreyes. One thing with Ellsbury, he doesn't go quickly. He likes to read the pitcher. Obviously, he's seen Abad before. Not bunting. Now up in the Red Sox bullpen is Doug Fister.
There it is. What is that, Monday starter?
Yep.
Well, that would be it, right? Oh, no, I got Barnes.
Chop over the head of the Triumph Lynn, a base hit. So Headley picks up a single. Moving to second is Ellsbury, and the Yankees have runners on first and second and nobody out.
A little surprised Headley wasn't bunting right there. Obviously, he's had his troubles from the right side of the plate, but he will take this, the big hop. But the dirt in front of home plate right over the head of Lynn. Now you have an interesting situation. DD up, left on left.
Now, we had thought earlier that Boyer left the game because of a blister issue. Now the Red Sox have announced that he left the game with a tight elbow. Now a meeting at the mound. All the infielders and Vasquez will join them, talking defense and how to play this.
It's a one-way meeting right there. Dustin Pedroia barking out orders.
Well, this has bunt written all over it as well. First and second, nobody out.
It's amazing, though, that in this day and age of baseball, you just can't assume. You would think that that's the play. The Red Sox are expecting it. They're in at the corners. Bogart's shadowing Ellsbury at second. He doesn't bunt, and he fouls it back.
Well, he had that little hesitation like he was going to bunt, and then he brought it back and slashed.
Well, if it's a butcher boy, you try to get that slash out a little sooner. You see how he kind of started his bunt?
Kind of halfway did it, right?
Yeah.
Missed outside. 1-1.
Could you bunt?
Yes. But again, that had to be part of my game. You would think Didi, you know, he'd be able to do it. Has struggled bunting in the past. You're already not asking him to do it this at bat. You could get a bunt down right.
Yeah,
on.
I was pretty good. I mean, I was a pathetic hitter, but I knew like that was part of what a pitcher had to do. But I just don't understand, John. I mean, Didi Gregorius, great player, shortstop, can handle the bat. Like I could see the big guy in the middle of the lineup that hits 40 bombs.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, he wasn't asked to bunt ever, not even in high school, Little League. But I would think Didi would be one of those guys. Not easy, lefty on lefty, I get it.
Three and one.
He's going to have to get a good pitch here and put it over the plate. Abad is and walk the base loaded. Make sure you get a strike if you're Didi.
Line drive, and it's caught by Pedroia. The runners retreat. So now with Romine due up, here comes Farrell.
Didi got a fastball, just got in enough, and Pedroia able to get it.
So now they'll go to Doug Fister. And he'll face Romine with runners on first and second. That Bob. First and second, one man out, and Doug Fister on in relief. And he will face Austin Romine. 1-0.
Can't be comfortable. The starting pitcher going out to the bullpen, getting loose, coming in the middle of an inning, first and second, one out.
Yeah, that's not ideal for Doug Fister, who's had kind of a little circuitous route the last few years.
2-0 on Romine.
Made 32 starts for the Astros last year, Doug Fister that was. 4-6 in the 32, 180 innings. Was in AAA with the Angels.
There's a strike, 2-1. Just missed outside, 3-1 on Romine.
Watch this two-seamer from Fister away. It starts coming back. Vasquez trying to get it. Good call.
Ellsbury's at second. Headley is at first. One man out. Top of the 14th, 1-1 game. Lined into right field. Coming on his Betts. He makes the play. Romine hit it well, but right at Betts. 2 down. And that brings up Torreyes. Torreyes is 0 for 5. Bunted into a double play his last time up. Fouled away.
We play the what-if game there, but Didi puts the bunt down. Ellsbury at second. I know that Betts has got a good arm, but I got to believe that's a run score.
0-2 on Torreyes. What's left of the sellout crowd standing. The 0-2. 1-2 on Torreyes. Yankees 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Swing and a miss. Fister comes on and gets Romine and Torreyes to get out of the jam. No run to hit and 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the 14th. And the Yankees will go to their closer. And he's not closing anything. He's just trying to force a 15th inning Aroldis Chapman on the mound. And this was a big point of discussion in the playoffs last year as the Orioles went into extra innings and they never used Zach Britton. And boy, Buck Showalter just got excoriated for it. How could you leave your best pitcher and never use him? And he kept holding him and holding him and wanted to wait until he got the lead, but he never got the lead, so his best pitcher never came in. So there's a couple of schools of thought on that, and obviously Joe Girardi said, this is my best pitcher I have left, so I'm going to try to extend the game.
Well, I think in the case of Buck Showalter, your team loses, you go home.
Right.
I mean, obviously there's still plenty of baseball to go here. You know, managers are managed based on what they've always done in the past, or for the most part.
Well, Chapman blew the save yesterday. Not too many hard hit balls, not any really, but he didn't have command. And we spoke about this earlier. Girardi wants him to use all of his pitches, not just the fastball. (2-0) on Bogaerts.
Well, there are so many things to look for from Chapman. To your point, Michael, is he going to throw more sliders tonight? Joe Girardi wants him to use that pitch a little bit more. Did he throw too much in the bullpen multiple times that his stuff might be a little short in this inning?
3-0.
Yeah, we brought that up, right? I mean, you have a closer, any reliever, if you get him up and down. I think you had mentioned, who was it? Johnny Franco?
K-Rod.
Oh, K-Rod.
Yep.
Yeah, so at some point you either burn them and you can't use them, or in this case here in the 14th, bring in your closer.
And that gets away from Sanchez. Bogaerts will reach first. On the walk, he'll stop right there. We looked it up, Al. That game that I referred to was in April of 2010, a 20-inning game against the Cardinals, and K-Rod got up 11 times.
Wow.
He ended up blowing the save, but getting the win.
No, I mean, you made a reference to, you know, they're not getting super hot after the first maybe one or two.
Right.
They're pretty much lobbing or a firm catch. But still, it's the up and down that wears on you after a while.
Well, a 4-pitch walk to start off the bottom of the 14th. Here's Mitch Moreland. He's driven in the only run on a sac fly for the Red Sox, and that was in the 3rd inning. We just had our second 7th inning stretch here at the ballpark. Now his fastball so far has been 97-98. So that's more than a tick lower than yesterday when he was throwing at 102 at times. Second straight day of work. Oh, and 2 on Moreland. And Joe said, we keep being asked, is he hurt? Is he hurt? He said, we don't think he's hurt. He says he's not hurt.
But he's not getting swings and misses. 0-2 is prime time for a big-time slider right here, right?
Game is now officially 5 hours old. One and 2.
No, there's a slider. Yeah, I remember a few years ago when he came up with the Reds and they experimented to make him a starter. I mean, actually, he has a 3rd pitch. I know as a closer you can't do that. He's thrown 100+. He throws mostly fastballs, and you alluded to that last night, Michael. He threw 23 fastballs. There's the slider. It's a pretty good take by Moreland.
Another one. You know, we talked about earlier about the lack of swings and misses, and Joe Girardi said everybody throws hard now. Players have adjusted to that kind of velocity. But even with the great velocity in the game, Chapman always seemed to be just a bit better than that. 2-2. 3-2. In fact, in 2014, 20.2% of his pitches were swung on and missed. In 2017, it's down to 13.4% of his pitches swung on and missed. Driven out into right center field. Ellsbury's there to make the play. Heading back is Bogaerts. To go deeper into those numbers, just last year, 18.6% of Chapman's pitches were swung on and missed. That was the third best in Major League Baseball. Now, at 13.4%, that's the 76th best in Major League Baseball.
Well, that's, I mean, all those numbers, Michael, very significant. I mean, almost half.
Here's Hanley Ramirez. Popped up. Romine drifts back. Gonna be a tough play, and he drops the ball. But Bogaerts had to hold up, and they quickly throw to second for the force. What a game.
Well, obviously, Austin Romine has done a nice job defensively at first base in the past. This is a tough play over his shoulder. Being a catcher, you just don't do this very often, right off the glove, but he calm enough to deliver the throw to second base.
So Ramirez replaces Bogaerts at first. Two men out. Here's Benintendi. That's a 3-6 force. Benintendi wraps one to Gregorius. He'll step on second to end the inning, and we will go to the 15th as Chapman works a scoreless 14. It's a 1-1 game. Stay right here. All right, thank you, Bob. Here we go to the 15th inning. And Brett Gardner will lead off against Doug Fister, who got the final 2 outs of the 14th. And there's the strike. Popped up. Shallow center. Pedroia goes a long way to make the play. And that's going to bring up Gary Sanchez. Gary's 1 for 5. He doubled in the 3rd and walked in the 10th. Ben Heller will pitch the bottom of the inning. 1-0.
Well, that would be the last pitcher for the Yankees.
Unless they
CC Sabathia.
go to CC. That was a very late call by Gary Cederstrom. Grounded to short. Bogaerts for the second out. That'll bring up Judge. One and 0. There's a strike. Two and two. No one's going to cry any river for the umpires, but Gary Cederstrom's been on his feet for over 5 hours. He doesn't get to sit between innings. 3 and 2. And the payoff. Judge walks. And that gives Matt Holliday a chance. Holliday hit that home run against Kimbrel, leading off the 9th inning that tied the game at 1. And that's where we are right now, top of the 15th inning. And a strike from Pfister. And here's the reason we're here.
Well, Matt Holliday coming back off the DL, took him a few at-bats to get going, but no problem there. No doubt about that off of Kimbrel. Tie ball game. You watch Doug Pfister pitching now at about 89, 90 miles an hour, relying on that little two-seamer. Matt Holliday, you don't have to really worry about velocity.
High fly ball left field. Benintendi back on the track in front of the monster, makes the play for the final out of the top of the 15th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. Well, he tried, but there was just enough real estate in front of the monster to force us to the bottom of the 15th. Tied at 1. It's a 1-1 game, Yankees and the Red Sox. And the Yankees will use their 8th pitcher of the night, and really the last pitcher they have in the bullpen, because Chad Green not available according to Joe Girardi before the game. So Ben Heller will get the call. Pitched in 1 game so far this year, spent most of the time at AAA. And the pitch to Jackie Bradley Jr. is way inside. One and one. Drilled to left field. Fair ball, it's trouble. Foul ball, just foul. Crowd got excited, but a foul ball.
Boy, off the bat, you see it just slicing from Bradley's bat as a left-hander. Yeah, easily foul. Now what?
Now,
They want him to look at this?
Why they want him to look at that? I mean, it was so clearly a foul ball.
Why are they granting it? I mean, third. I don't get it.
I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. That's clearly foul. The ball bounced into fair territory. Watch. That's why everybody got excited. So it hits a side piece of metal and then bounces into fair territory. How's that?
Why is Eric Cooper allowing this along with Gary Cederstrom? I mean, what's Eric Cooper looking at? He's right down on the line.
He made the call right away.
Yep.
I mean, there are things that have to be fixed about the replay rule. This is one of them. You just can't willy-nilly ask for replays when that was clearly foul.
And if you're John Farrell, I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, you could ask, but
yeah, why they
does it have to be granted?
No.
1-2. 2-2. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Bradley down on strikes.
That's the changeup that Ben Heller throws. Fastball, slider, changeup. Again, a big cut from Red Sox hitter. See out in front. Effective pitch. Especially take advantage of big swings.
Well, here's Christian Vasquez against Heller. And a strike. We're in the bottom of the 15th. 1-1 game. If you just tuned in, this is not Yankees Encore. This is live baseball. Bottom of the 15th inning here at Fenway Park. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Vasquez down on strikes. 2 strikeouts for Ben Heller.
Heller down in AAA this year with Scranton Wilkes-Barre. 27 games, a 2.68 ERA.
Here's Zhu Wei Lin. Good fastball, 96 miles an hour on the outside corner. 0-1. Two and one. Lynn is 1 for 5 and was caught stealing. 2-2. Essentially 15 innings of baseball. Just 2 runs scored and 13 hits. Two. 3-2. On deck is Mookie Betts. And the payoff. They walked him. So that's the winning run at first base. And Mookie Betts steps in. Betts 0 for 5. He walked in the 3rd inning and scored the Red Sox only run.
You look at Lynn, he has 1 stolen base on the year. It hasn't been up here very long, but you think about Gary Sanchez behind the plate, 15 innings. Must be gassed.
Got the breaking ball in there for a strike. Another breaking ball and another strike. This one on the inside corner, 0-2.
Really no reason for Lynn not to try to steal the bag here. 0-2 count on Betts, your leadoff hitter, even if you get thrown out. He'll lead off the 16th.
And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball in the dirt. Sanchez has an angle, flips it to Romine, and Heller strikes out 3 in the 15th. Red Sox strand 1. More baseball you want? We got it. 16th coming up. Fun. Let's look at Al Leiter and how he bunted.
Yeah, I got ripped off on this. It got this in error. Come on. Yeah, you go, baby.
Wow, look at the feet moving,
Oh,
bringing
boy.
it with you.
Look at the speed. It's about a 3.7, 3.8 down the line.
It doesn't look any better in slow-mo.
Honk, honk.
No, that's not slow-mo, John.
How is that not a hit, honestly? Why is that an error? That's a tough play.
What were you saying to the umpire?
I don't know. I was out of my mind. I'm still out of my mind.
Well, that was the World Series, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have a World Series hit when you were with the Blue Jays.
But no, just all kidding aside. Was that a hit?
I would think so.
That's a hit.
It was an error. At Shea Stadium.
Still fired up about it.
I am. It should have been a hit.
Do you have a silver slugger bonus or something?
No.
I've got an issue here. My scorecard just has 2 more innings. That's all we can go.
Uh-oh. I could.
How about
loan
you, John?
Mine just ended at 15. I had to actually write in 16 and put some squares up here.
Well, how about where you keep the
Nah,
score,
I'm done.
though?
I'm done.
Oh yeah.
I'm done. Not that anything offensive has been happening anyway, right?
Well, it's according to the definition of offensive. Ellsbury will lead off.
Amazing, right?
Ellsbury came in the game in the 9th. This is the 3rd time he's come to the plate.
Well, you said it last inning, Michael. There's 2 total runs, 13 total hits in 100 plate appearances from both teams. Both teams have had 50 plate appearances.
Two and 0 on Ellsbury. Walked in the 14th. That one is driven to left. That's going to be off the wall. And fielded out there by Benintendi. Going for second is Ellsbury, and he has himself a double.
Ooh, close.
Plays in front of you. Why wouldn't you slide if you're Jacoby Ellsbury? And Benintendi, that was a little, I thought might have had a play there. Well, first things first, a nice piece of hitting on a 2-seamer out over the plate. Ellsbury obviously starting his career here in Boston, taking advantage of the Green Monster. Thought it was going to be off the wall. Then I thought Benintendi had a shot at it. And then there was a close play at second base, and Ellsbury does not slide.
I wonder if Farrell's going to ask for a replay to see if he caught it. Here's Headley, who has to pull the ball to move Ellsbury to third. Or bunt. And there's another poor bunt. This is not a clinic for bunting. 0-2.
I mean, is it that Joe Girardi sees the bunt attempt and says,
Yeah.
"Oh, I didn't like that, so I'll let him swing away"?
But I could get, you know, good fastball guys, but Fester's going to be around the plate. Doesn't throw very hard.
I'd have to see it 2 times before, obviously, maybe you won't ask him to bunt with 2 strikes, but getting away from it after 1 bunt attempt, it all goes away if you can pull a ball here on the ground.
And I know the sabermetric folks, you know, you don't give up outs, and, you know, the percentages of scoring doesn't really go up that great. But I think that the morale, or at least the spirit, both on defense and offense, when you execute a bunt, there's an uplifting kind of feeling. You got your job done.
Of course.
And that one is looped into center field. That is a base hit. Holding up was Ellsbury, so he will not score. The throw comes into second, so Headley moves him to third. First and third, nobody out for the Yanks here in the 16th.
Well, Headley gets a job done with the fister to center field. Ellsbury doesn't get a good jump at all, and he looks a little gingerly coming around third base. There's a look at the read. Not a good read, and then something just doesn't look right coming around third base.
Well, the Red Sox have to bring the infield in. Gregorius entered the game in the 9th inning and struck out against Kimbrel. Fouls that one back. So since then, he's 0 for 3. A strikeout, line to short, and line to second.
Well, right here, you're just trying to get anything elevated so you get a fly ball somewhere. The Red Sox outfield playing pretty deep.
Gregorius is 0 for his last 18. So if you believe in do, Ellsbury leads off third. Headley off first. Nobody out. 1-2 on Gregorius.
Runners on third base with less than 2 outs. 7 out of 15 times. But you start feeling it a little bit now when you're behind in the count 1 and 2, worried about striking out here. Got to put the ball in play.
And the 2-2. If you're wondering, the longest game in terms of innings between these two teams, it's 20 innings, and that was in 1967. And the longest game in terms of time between these two teams happened in 2015 on April 10th at Yankee Stadium, 6 hours and 49 minutes. We're not at 6 innings or at 6 hours yet. It's about 5 hours and 32 minutes. Line drive, base hit. Ellsbury will score. Headley rounds second. He'll go to third. It's an RBI single for Gregorius, and the Yankees take the lead 2-1. So if you believed in do, it came through as Gregorius breaks his slide with an RBI single.
Well, again, he's got to make sure you put the ball in play. Indeed, he does just that. An elevated fastball, hammers it to right center field. Ellsbury scores easily. Headley all the way to third.
So, well, it's Carl Willis, not Farrell. Carl Willis comes out and talks with the entire gang. as they go through what's going to go on here with Romine at the plate.
Oh, you got to pitch up in the zone. Didi, nice line drive swing. Oh, tack on here. Austin Romine has another shot here. Nobody out.
So 2-1. This is the first lead for the Yankees, and we're in the top of the 16th inning. Red Sox led 1-0 after 3, after 8, and then the home run by Holiday tied it against Kimbrel. First run he's allowed ever in this ballpark in a save situation. Going back 30 games, one of those games in Atlanta.
Obviously, with Ben Heller in the game, you'd love to add on, make his life a little bit easier in the bottom half of the inning.
Red Sox, of course, have the infield in.
Now you got to fight here, Austin Romine. You want to put the ball in play. Preferably a long fly ball. Give Headley a shot at tagging up. Hit would be nice.
2-2. The bullpens here at Fenway always seem crowded. I mean, it's a ballpark that was built a long time ago. Now the bullpens have been reconstructed, but it's pretty empty out there for both teams. Line drive, a base hit off the glove of Pedroia. That'll score Headley. Stopping at second is Gregorius. Romine with an RBI single. The Yankees lead 3-1.
Romine coming in, 2 at bats. Line drive in his first at bat against Pfister. Now here they talk about the tack on, John. Headley coming in, giving a little bit of breathing room here, and still nobody out.
And here is Torreyes. And Ronald has not had his resume day. He is 0 for 6. Bunted into a double play in the 12th inning.
The Red Sox expecting bunt again. We'll see if Girardi forgets about that idea. Nope, going back to it.
Now, I've got to ask you this. Why bunt here? You've got the lead. Now you want to blow the game open, so why give away an out?
It's the add-on runs that he's thinking, you know, and the 0 for 6 might come into play too, right? Not having a great afternoon.
It's not afternoon anymore, John.
Oh, that's right.
He pushes that bunt. Moreland thought about third and flips it to Pedroia covering, so the sacrifice successful, 3-4.
Moreland had a play at third. It looked like he had trouble getting it out of his glove and decided to take the easy out. So a rough afternoon into a rough evening for Torreyes. A productive bunt right there, advancing both runners. And you see he would have plenty of time if he came out of the glove cleanly with a good grip.
There's a good angle right there. Didi not getting off a good secondary lead. I don't know if it was a quick pitch or not. I don't know what's going on. Intentional walk.
So an intentional walk to Gardner. So they load the bases for Gary Sanchez. Sanchez swings and misses. Bases loaded, 2 runs already in the 16th. 1-1. So Pfister was supposed to start Monday for the Red Sox. They'll have to find another starter. It's probably going to be Rodriguez. Sanchez taking big cuts. Toronto's coming in on Monday to Fenway.
Tell you about today's game, huh? Still has his sunglasses.
So at least 16 innings today, leading into tomorrow, at least 18 innings. And then after the night game tomorrow, the Yankees have to travel to Minneapolis, where they'll play the Twins on Monday. But that seems a little less arduous if you actually pull this game out. Three and two, no place to put Sanchez, and Judge is on deck. And the 3-2. High fly ball. Left field, Benintendi back. He's on the track. He'll make the play. Tagging is Gregorius. He will score. It's a sac fly for Sanchez, and the Yankees now lead 4-1.
Well, you can see some excitement in that Yankee dugout. And for Gary Sanchez, you've caught 15 innings already. You will catch a 16th, a productive at bat, sac fly, add-on run. He's got to be feeling those legs a little bit.
What was the longest you caught?
I think right around here, right around 14 or 15 innings.
There's Aaron Judge. He's walked his last 2 times at the plate. He's 0 for 5. That one is drilled to right field. Going back Betts. He has room. He'll make the play in front of the track for the final out of the 16th. But the Yankees score 3 big runs. They go to the bottom of the 16th, trying to take it home. And 98 pitches have been thrown in this game. And there'll have to be a couple more, as young Ben Heller will try to get the final 3 outs and hold a 4-1 lead in the bottom of the 16th.
Well, the Yankees were able to push across the 3 runs, giving Ben Heller some wiggle room. Not thinking that 1 run is going to tie the game up.
Well, they're not going to make it easy. It's 2, 3, and 4 in the Red Sox order: Pedroia, Bogarts, and Moreland. Pitch is high. One for 5 with a walk. Pedroia, the savvy veteran, making sure the veteran throws a strike, or the youngster throws a strike, and he does. Heller is looking for his 2nd career win. 2-1. And the 2-1. 3-1.
Everybody out on that field, especially Gary Sanchez, probably so tired and fatigued, and the last thing you want to see is a young pitcher falling behind in counts.
Threw a fastball in there for a strike. Pedroia taking all the way. Now 3-2. Now you got a shot there of CC Sabathia, who has made his way out to the bullpen, just sitting. But if for some reason the Red Sox tie this game and there was a 17th inning, you might see Sabathia. The only other choice you would have, because Brian Mitchell's not up yet on the roster, would be Tanaka. And that got Gary Cederstrom and both Sanchez and Pedroia checking him, see if he's okay. That man deserves a hand. Again, he does not sit from the first pitch on. That's hard.
How about a bathroom break?
Yeah, doesn't even do that.
He got one. I saw
Did
him. He took, yeah.
Oh. Three-two. Torreyes goes down to one knee, fields, and flips to Romine, one away.
I got some help with the pitcher's mound, hitting it off the side there, slowing it down enough for Torreyes.
Here's Xander Bogaerts. 1 for 5 with a walk. Way outside. When you caught that long game, John, that you said, fly ball right field, Judge is there, Yankees an out away. Did you catch the next day?
I honestly have no idea.
Because Sanchez is
He
going to
has
have
to.
to. You can't have Romine catch both ends of a doubleheader.
I mean, he does have the luxury that it is an 8 o'clock ESPN game, right? So, I mean, it's a few more hours. Well, another hour if it was a night game. Normal 7:05 with the split day night tomorrow.
Here's Mitch Moreland. He has the only RBI for the Red Sox in this game way back in the 3rd inning. 0 for 5 with that sac fly. Yankees have the shift on, 3 infielders on the right side, and out away from a victory, a bounce back victory after a really tough loss last night.
Nice pitch right there. Ben Heller still pitching. Auto changeup.
Two and one. High fly ball, center field. This should do it. Ellsbury back, still back, and he'll make the play, and the Yankees win 4-1 in 16 innings. It took just under 6 hours. It took 16 innings. It took 8 pitchers, and Ben Heller came on to get the final 6 outs and gets his second big league victory, and the Yankees even up this series at a game apiece after a really difficult loss last night. They show how gritty and gutty and resilient they are. A game-tying home run by Holiday in the 9th inning off a almost untouchable closer, and then they score 3 in the 16th to win this one by a score of 4-1. So they're tired, but they're happy. And I think the Red Sox feel a lot more tired right now after dropping that one by a score of 4-1. Doubleheader tomorrow when the Yankees will enjoy this for just a little bit. We'll come back. We'll wrap things up from Fenway. Yankees win 4-1.